I always wanted to serve on a jury.
I'm really super excited to be here, so I really appreciate you having me. I'm looking forward to it.
Creating this whole trial, Daddy.
I want to give a big shout out to the 13th Jury Podcast and Brandi.
Yeah, I applaud you guys. Keep doing what you're doing.
That every time you run into Phil Barber, you should reach for it.
And then I just looked to the jury, and it's sort of like, look.
I was in the eye of the storm, and you guys were watching the storm.
Hey, if you're bored of work, come pop in and say, hey, want some coffee?
You are a ray of sunshine, and I love what you've done with your YouTube channel.
Good morning. Hello, hello, good morning, good morning. Hello, 13th jurors. A lot has happened since I saw y'all last night. Or yesterday afternoon, or whenever it was. Whenever we finished up with our Charlotte stuff. A lot has happened, and I will show you. I will show you. Bam! We hit 20K, y'all. We hit 20K, y'all. Whoop, whoop. Yay. We did it. We did it. Very exciting. Very, very exciting. I needed that little boost yesterday. Very much so. Super excited. Super, super excited. I did not think we were going to. I did not think. I don't know where I want to be. I just want to move around like zoom, 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 zoom. I didn't. But you know what's funny? Holly Mack knows more than me. That's why she's a mod and I'm only the host. But she said in comments yesterday, she's like, you'll still get it by the end of the day. And sure enough, we did. I was so excited. So excited. Big day. Big, big day. Marie Moss. Correction on stat. Defense opening 39:53. Sorry for the typo. I was having trouble breathing. It's sarcasm. Marie Moss. Here, just breathe into the mic like Bev. Can you hear that? I don't know if you can hear that or not. Does that sound like? Do I sound like her when I do that? Like Darth Vader. Dark Vader. Brandi has the zoomies. Congrats on 20K in 1 year. Woo woo. Yeah, I am functioning on about 3 hours of sleep, a little less. So we're gonna see how today goes. Thank God it's a short day. I have to take my car to the shop this afternoon. Finally, insurance finally. I guess the guy that hit me, his insurance finally did whatever it needs to do. So I will finally get my car to the shop this afternoon. But I really wish I could cancel and just enjoy the day. Why is my grass shimmering? Oh, and this plant. What is happening? Do y'all see that? Or is that just on my camera? Do you see that? Y'all can see it too? Okay, so it's not just my... It wasn't doing that yesterday, was it? I don't know, whatever. You can't dull my sparkle and you can't dull the sparkle of my plants. Clip that one and spread it on Twitter. I did take my medicine, so you do not have to deal with unmedicated Brandi today. So that's fun. Dog Mom, member for 11 whole months. Love Brandi in this community. Dog Mom, we love you too. And Denise, member for 1 whole year. 1 whole year. A whole year. I love living here. Congrats on 20K. You've been here a year. Time to renew your lease. So proud of all you have accomplished in a year. Thank you so much. Thank you. It's because of y'all, because of our great community. Linda Jernigan, $10 super chat. Thank you for that. Thank you. That will buy me a coffee when I go drop off my car. Congratulations, Brandi. Well deserved. And now, come on, 25K. Woo, woo. Yes. Be there. No time. Maybe it'll take another year. Who knows? Either way, I'm happy. And Robin, member for 7 whole months. 7 whole months. Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary. And I wasn't born with thorns. Member for 10 whole months. 10 whole months. Time flies, don't it? It just flies by. It just flies on by. I'm happy that you found us too, and that we found you. Nikki, did you see the picture? Happy 1 year anniversary. Happy 1 year anniversary. Did you see the picture of Lucy in her little hat? So funny. So funny. That one picture, she's like, which is funny because that's the face that I make too. But super cute. She's ready for summer. Thank you. CK became a member. Welcome. You live here now. Hold on. Dang, my sound effects aren't working. I always gotta have one tech issue or else it's not gonna be a normal day around here. But I'll say, did we just become best friends? Yep. You live here now. It's on the community tab on the YouTube page. And there, I think there's 3 pictures of her on there in her little hat. She looks so cute. So cute. Marie Miles member for 10 whole months. We have had an official statistician for 10 whole months. 10 whole months. Thanks for keeping me around in the best chat. 20K, only going up. Whoop, whoop. Thank you for sticking around, even though we put you to work when you come. And you keep coming back anyway. And I appreciate that. Lucy does look adorable in her hat. So stinking fresh. Oops, let me move this over here. Yeah, my plants are shimmering. No idea why. Candace, thank you. Congratulations on 20K. I love it here and I love being a mod. I love you being a mod because you do a great job and I am so thankful. So thankful. I love our mods. Love our mods. Linda Jernigan, get to 5 whole memberships. Thank you. Let's see. Courtney Meek, Michelle Johnson, Lee, Cherry, and Who Done It. Oh, it's moving. Who Done It Knits were gifted memberships. I also don't speak proper English today. That's okay too. Pilola's mom, thank you. There's a choo-choo for every occasion. 20K, congrats. Yes, 20K. It's kind of cool, right? Maybe that's why the plants are shimmering. They know that we hit 20K and they're like, it's time to party, guys. But also it's really weird because they ain't shimmering in real life. I don't know. We're going to go with it. Shimmery plants do the soul some good. Maybe. Probably. Maybe not. I don't know. Who knows? May P, member for 11 whole months. Congratulations on 20K. Boom! Speed trialing. Oh, I love me some speed trialing. We are doing this one in real time just because I can't miss a minute of this one. But I do love me some speed trialing. That little 5-second fast forward. Oh, I love that thing. Oh, love that thing. Billy, welcome. Just subscribed here for Karen Reed. Ooh, buckle up, Billy Warren. Buckle up, Billy Warren. Did you get to see yesterday? I have notes. When I get back from dropping my car off today, I am going to, let me see if Tom is live. I'm sure he is. When I get back, I am going to work on the podcast episode. So I have taken notes on, I rewatched everything twice last night. Once with the lawyer, you know, which is funny because, you know, he did recap on it last night. And, you know, he's like a real live lawyer and I am not. But, and then I also watched it. I watched Emily D. Baker's, commentary and some stuff she said on it. And it's funny because they are both attorneys who are going into this, like, not having done like a bunch of background research and all that, you know? And so I was curious what they had to say about it. And it's funny because actually Emily D. Baker and I made a couple of the same jokes, which is really wild. Remember when I said yesterday that, I got the hiccups, that, Lally's opening reminded me of like when a toddler is telling you a story. She said the same thing. And I was like, so I'm not the only one. But it was interesting because a lot of the things that I said yesterday and that I thought yesterday, both of them thought and said the same thing. So I was like, okay, so I'm not as crazy as people on Twitter keep telling me I am, which is fun. It was interesting. The first officer, let's get it together, Brandi. The first officer on the scene that testified yesterday said that Karen said it was her fault that she did it. Did he put that in his written report, or is this the first time that he is saying that? This is the first time he is saying that. The only thing that was in his report about what she said, I pulled it up and read it at the end of the day yesterday, but there were only, his report was only 2 paragraphs and it was really short. Let me share this real quick because I forgot. It was the only thing that he had said that she said was that she kept screaming like, you know, is he dead? Is he dead? And that she was hysterical and he tried to console her and stuff. But there was nothing in his report about that. That is all, which you would think if he heard that, that would be in his report. That would be pretty important, but it was not in there. So there's that. Join us today for not the trail, the trial. I am not streaming to Twitter today. So I'm going to tweet the link because I'm not streaming live to Twitter today. I don't want to. We had like thousands of people watching on Twitter. But you know what? Then people get all, I don't know, Twitter's gotten wild, y'all. All right, let's see. Boyfriend of trial. CPU. I don't know why I'm singing. He is live. Let's see. Let's go to Tom in the streets.
All right, Tom. I get my charger. No, this one. It's the gallium charger.
Charger. Gosh, I love that accent so much.
There we go. It's charging.
Good thing I have an empty bottle in my truck.
They don't get that. They don't understand what you just said.
Woo! Everybody just hollers.
I was completely stuck.
Done. Do you have a hotspot? Mobile hotspot?
Good morning, good
You really want
morning.
me to answer that question? No,
I have it. It's in my truck.
I don't have a hotspot.
Yes. Please feel free.
Yeah, I thought I left.
I think he's not. He's just, the thing is put down. That's okay. That's okay. We'll keep an eye on it. Please feel free and invite whoever wants to come. Yeah, he also said that she was frantic and hysterical, so you cannot take anything at face value there. You know, it's funny. I did not read a lot on Twitter and stuff yesterday. There were a couple things that I tweeted. I tried to tweet, but I also like to pay attention so that I can talk to y'all about it. So I tried to tweet a couple things, but for the most part, I didn't. For the most part, I just didn't. But what's interesting is I specifically stayed away from most of all of that yesterday. So that the same way I did with my reporting, you know, like I've said before, like when I first started covering this case, I went to the two loudest people in the room at the time, which was Turtle Boy and Wendy Murphy. And I listened to both of their sides that were so crazy different. And I was like, okay, these are two very different versions of what happened. And then I didn't do anybody else's coverage on anything. I did everything myself because I wanted all of my opinions to be pure and based on what I found. And I kind of did the same thing yesterday. I didn't look at anything else that was going on during the day until after. So I was, and I specifically went to a couple, hey, Kaylin, I specifically went to a couple of the lawyers, like I said, like, you know, like Emily D. Baker and I don't know where that came from. Something's on my screen. Oh, my YouTube moved to a thing. Oh, that's what it is. Let me close that tab. Weird. So anyway, I went to listen to them because they're attorneys. I wanted to hear what they had to say. And then I looked at Twitter. And y'all, I think some people just ain't watching the same trial. Some people just ain't watching the same trial at all. Regina Crawford, thank you for the super chat. Congratulations on 20K. You are the best of the best. I'm proud to be a member of your channel. Thank you, Regina. Thank you. Thank you. That's so cool, right? 20K. Who knew? Who knew? Framed. Yeah. Apparently I had one of the tabs open where I was watching a video last night and it just started on some video. I don't know. Anyway. And it yelled in my ear. It's the plant chipping in. Yes. Yeah, some people on Twitter aren't even on the same planet. It's crazy. It's crazy. And people justifying what Proctor did is disgusting. And there's no excuse. And if you are justifying what he did, that is one of those moments where you should probably take a step back and think, what if that was my sister? What if that was my mom? What if that was my wife, my girlfriend, my auntie, my anybody? Because there is no excuse for violating a woman's privacy like that, number one. Or anybody's privacy like that. And as a police officer, if you ain't got a warrant, put the dang phone down. Just saying. Erica, let's hope for a great day of trialing. Woo, buddy. Here's hoping. It's going to be great. It's going to be great. We're going to make it. It'll be great. Let me get our feed pulled up. Get our feed pulled up. I'm just singing. You know how like when you haven't had a whole lot of sleep and you kind of get in that like a little bit delirious situation? That's where I'm at right now. They lost me at looking for Karen's. It's disgusting. That's not okay. That's not okay. It's not okay. And people trying to justify it. I mean, how do you justify that? You can't justify that. That's the answer. All right, let me get our sound situated. Good, good. Got it, got it. Get it. Don't stop. Get it. Too far, Brandi. Too far. All right, there we go. Got it. Bam. So yeah, there's no excuse for that. That was disgusting. And can you imagine being okay? Imagine knowing nothing about this case, because that jury is supposed to know, you know, even if they've heard of it, because most people have. They're not like, imagine not knowing anything about the case going into this. And one of the first things you hear is that the lead investigator is hoping that the defendant offs herself and is looking through her phone for nudes and like, or, you know, texting his friends like, oh, I hadn't found any yet. That sucks. Gross. Gross. Bet he slept on the couch last night. All right, let's see. Good morning, good morning. Welcome to my home with my shimmery plants. They weren't shimmering yesterday, were they? I'm telling you, it's my 20K plants. Holly Mack, there is no justification. No justification, Holly Mack. You are absolutely right. No justification. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you, thank you. Let me chug down the last of this Monster Energy drink that my mama says will break windows. No justification. None. None. Zero. It's funny too because somebody who, I'm not going to name any names because I don't want to do like the personal attacks like people do on me. He hasn't done this to me, but he and I are able to talk civilly, even though we don't see anything the same at all. But the way that he posted it, when he was doing his like live tweets, was, it said something about how Yannetti said that Proctor looked through her phone for potentially sensitive pictures. And I was like, you spelled went through her phone without a warrant looking for nudes wrong. But, you know, whatever. What do I know? I know a lot. Oh, Friday. Fun times. I think Melanie Little and I will be doing a stream together. We are going to do a joint stream. So we'll be streaming it on both channels. But we will be doing our commentary together. So that'll be good. At the end of the week, watch whatever happens Friday and kind of talk about the week and how it's gone, week 1. I'm ready for it. I am ready for it. Also, I went through, I told you I took a bunch of notes yesterday, right? Y'all know me and my notes. I write like, I wasn't writing at all. I was typing. But I took a bunch of notes yesterday, and on the times that were listed and things that were said, I have also gone in and plugged those into my main timeline to kind of compare. Because some things I think will be made clearer as more time stuff comes out, kind of like it was with Murdoch, you know? And then some of it I think will just make it clear as mud. Clear as mud. Queen Oliver Thane gifted a membership. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh boy. All right, we have the fan. The fan is up. The fan is up. The fan that makes us all dizzy. I know it was giving some of y'all a headache yesterday, so I'll wait to show it for a moment, but it's up. So I'm watching. That fan does make me dizzy. Ugh. The half days are until 1 o'clock. So we go from 9 until 1 today, Eastern time. 9 to 1. I truly feel bad for Karen having to sit up there in front of everyone and hear stuff like that. It's heartbreaking knowing that she had just lost her boyfriend and this is what's being joked about. Could you imagine how dirty you would feel? Like, it's gross. This officer this morning said in his report, is he unalive? Did he unalive? No, it's my fault. Let me pull it up. I pulled it up yesterday when we read it on, like sometime at the end of the day, I think. When at the end of the day that we pulled it up? Let's see. Documents. Report. His was the shortest of all of them. All right. His says, on January 29, 2022, I was dispatched to 34 Fairview Road for a report of an unresponsive party. It actually says a unresponsive party. It should be an unresponsive party, but I'll let that go. In the snow. When I arrived, I saw 3 people on the ground over the victim, waving at me. They said he was not breathing. They were performing CPR. I noticed Karen, the victim's girlfriend, had blood on her face from doing mouth to mouth. O'Keefe was bleeding from his face. I went over to the victim and felt his skin, and it was cold to the touch. I asked if he was a drug user. They said no, he's a Boston cop. I went to get the AED from my patrol vehicle, and at that same moment, the Canton Fire Department was arriving. Canton Fire took over the care of Mr. O'Keefe. Following that, Karen kept screaming, "Is he dead? Is he dead?" She was severely distraught and was not able to tell me what happened. I tried to console her and keep her out of the inclement weather. I had her sit in one of the cars. Sergeant Good arrived and started speaking to the parties that were there. So that is the extent of his whole report. It was just those two little paragraphs. Hello, mermaid. Hello. Hello. Oh, and I have Lucy Cam today. She's not in there. She's over there, looking out the window. But when she gets over here, thank you. Yes, 20K is exciting. Very, very exciting. Good morning. Y'all come on in. A serious multi-vehicle accident nearby may delay the start of today's trial. Oh. Not good. Betsy ADHD Strong, welcome to the green side. Welcome. Welcome to the green side. Now that you're green, you get to sparkle like my... I'm not very good at this. There we go. Like my green plants. For the people that believe she's not guilty, what do you think is the explanation for her saying she hit him? Do people believe she never said that, or that she maybe thought that first in her drunken state? Yeah, from everything that I've heard as far as all of that goes, I'm losing my hair. Pretty much everybody believes that she was kind of, confused in the beginning, and she was thinking, she didn't know what had happened. She didn't know what was going on. She thought that she could have hit him. She was still trying to figure things out. Dr. G did a great analysis on her. Technically it was the day before yesterday. I didn't get to watch it till yesterday. And he said when he was talking about her interview, he was saying that the way that her mannerisms were and everything, he said that it looked to him like she was being genuine about not knowing what had happened, or about not I forget exactly how he worded it, but watch that on Dr. G's channel. It made sense the way he was explaining it. Drunken and hungover state, total confusion and panic. That's mostly what I've heard from most people. I missed your membership chat. Hold on, Megan Easton. Let me see. Bam. Member for 11 whole months, 20K in 1 year. Straight to the top, baby. Oh, yay. Happy 11 months. Happy 11 months. Happy. Congratulations. Blowing a kiss is weird, but I think it's going to be okay. Yeah, to me that sounded like, okay, it's like, it sounds weird when you say it out loud, like blowing a kiss, but in my mind, I can see where it would be more of like a, you know, like he's seeing this woman who, like the stuff he was saying yesterday, like it sounds like, you know, he really had a lot of appreciation for her and that, you know, they liked her. So he sees her hysterical, having to be, you know, held down, just lost her boyfriend. And to me, it was like, in my head, it sounds like he's just like, you know, like he can't necessarily go over to her because she's being restrained, but it's like, you know, or like, it's okay. You know, here, love to you. We're going to get through this. That's how I took it. But Roxy says, I think she thought that it was her fault because she left him there instead of making him come home. Not that she thought that she killed him. Mike, thank you for the super chat. Congratulations on 20K to the most even-handed true crime creator there is. Thank you, Mike. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Christy L says, I haven't decided on this, but the only thing I'm confused on is Lucy's got the zoomies. The reverse at 22 miles per hour and her saying that she hit him, but seems like defense has so much. See, to me, did I hit him or I hit him or whatever, to me, that is not, because of the state of hysteria that every single one of the reports says that she was in, to me, that's not as big of a deal to me. I think that the what Lally says he has with the car is going to be a bigger thing to me. Calm down, bro. You're so cute when you're peeking out at me like a little psycho. Hi. To me, that's going to be more interesting than, you know, and honestly, and hard to explain. If they have what they say they have, well, it's telling me I can't do closed captions today. Why is that? No closed captions. Why no closed captions? Let's see. Oh well, if this one doesn't start, then I'll check one of the others. Okay. One thing too that speaking of the going in reverse thing, one thing about that I noticed was that their whole thing about the 1225 is now, oh, look who decided to join us. Lucy girl. Oops, sorry. Mind your business. I was just joking. The whole thing about the impact being at 12:25, and then, you know, I showed on there that, like, you know, there were steps after there's an answer call, there's whatever. And now yesterday, I'm pretty sure he said 12:45. One of the mods went back and checked for me that it was 12:45. And in the hearings, we have heard all about this email that, voicemail that she left him at 12:41. Goodness gracious, get it together. Let's try this again. He said yesterday, 12:45 is when she was out in front of 34 Fairview and put it in reverse 62 feet and hit him and made impact and left him, right? But in the hearings, we've heard all about this voicemail that she left at 12:41. And they said that you could hear her, you know, hear the garage door, and then you could hear her, you know, walking in her high heels across the floor, and you can hear the door open and her going inside and stuff. So if that happened at 12:41, it would be impossible to hit him at 12:45. So that's something that, you know, that's two very different stories that we're hearing. So it'll be interesting to see, you know, the data on that, and then hear the voicemail and see what's what. I'm surprised how so many people were up and around at 5 a.m. after a night of partying. Look, it takes me like 3 business days to get up and get right after a night of partying. And I am 41. It takes me like 3 business days and a case of Gatorade and probably some DoorDash Taco Bell before I can even consider getting out of bed after a night of partying. I cannot imagine. I think the last time I was like, when was the last time I was drunk? Probably New Year's Eve, maybe, when all my friends were in town. I think it was around then. I think that was then. And I mean, it literally took me, you know, like that was New Year's Eve, and it's almost May, and I just now got out of bed, y'all. Like, that's how bad. But, you know, some people are built different. Oh, I am behind on chat. I'm just sitting here just chatting with y'all, and I am so behind. Put a car in reverse and do 27 miles per hour. Go ahead, I'll wait. That's one of the things that is a little bit confusing, because if it was snowing, and then I don't know if y'all saw the one chart that I have where it shows how far in front of Fairview, how far, like how long 62 feet actually is. Like, it's a big distance. So it's interesting. I first had heard that they had her car data, just a weird fact. And Laura, you know, says that they can't say things in openings they don't have evidence for. Still things this jury hang. So here's the thing about that, though. I am curious about the time frame of it. And okay, if it shows that she went in reverse, and I don't know, I'm going to need to see all of that, because that goes against everything else that we know. So if that's true at that time, then that means that all of these other things are somehow wrong. So I'll be real interested to see how all that gets cleared up. I might feel differently if the homeowners ever came out of their house to help or even inquire about what was going on, but because they did not, it just screams they already knew what was going on. You know, Linda, I said quite often that I thought it was crazy that they didn't come out, and people some people were like, you are making something out of nothing. And I'm like, really? Because they're first responder. Like he's literally he's trained as a first responder, and he didn't come out with all that commotion. I mean, that's a whole lot of hooting and hollering going on out there in his yard, and he never came out. That's weird to me. I'm not saying that means he's guilty. I'm saying that's weird to me. And I noticed yesterday that it was weird to a whole bunch of other people too. So there's just so many things that just don't make sense yet. So we'll have to see. What the heck happens. All right, let's see if I can do. Oops. Go away. I'm messing stuff up. Okay, there we go. Hello, welcome. Weird that Jen was not pounding on her sister's door to come out. I would think so too. Good morning. Welcome. Oh, yes, I have realized that there are 1 million people streaming this trial now, but you know, it's all right. Jen is not Colin's mom. Colin's mom is Julie. But Jen is the one who accompanied Karen back to the Albert's house. Chrissy Ellis said, we have audio. Can y'all hear the audio? I will be very interested to see how that goes with Proctor on the stand. Yes, we are live.
Hear ye, all parties having anything to do before the Honorable First Justice W. Meany, now sitting in the General Superior Court within the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, you shall be heard. I'll say the Commonwealth is with the court. Thank you, may proceed the court now in session.
Good morning.
Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, 22117.
Okay. Good morning again, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. I appreciate everybody's commute today. Took everyone, I'm sure, a lot longer than we all anticipated. But thank you for being so confident. I do have to ask you those same 3 questions. Was everyone able to follow the instruction and refrain from discussing this case with anyone yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instruction and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. Everyone said no or shook their heads. All right, thank you very much. Could we have Officer Saraf, please?
Thank you, Sinbad. I was lurking for most of it. I did pop in chat for a little bit, but I was lurking for most of it.
Gentlemen, you're still under oath.
Yes, sure.
I appreciate it.
All right, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Officer Seraph. Good morning. Is there anything that you would like to change or amend or modify about your testimony yesterday that you thought about overnight?
No.
Coming out swinging.
Did you discuss your testimony with any person between the time you got off the stand yesterday and coming back to the courtroom?
No.
Officer Seraph, I want to ask you a question about, or a couple of questions about something called a dispatch log. You know what a dispatch log is?
Yes.
What is a dispatch log? Can you describe to the jurors?
Just notes saying what time calls come in and sometimes a short synopsis of what happened on the call.
It's an official document generated by the Canton Police Department, correct?
That's correct.
And it's kept in the ordinary course of business?
Yes.
It's created at or near the time of the event that it's recording?
Yes.
And it's supposed to be accurate?
Yes.
Is that yes?
Yes. Yes,
okay.
sir.
And in fact, what it has is the dispatch details of the event that's in question. Whatever officers show up, what time they show up, the order in which they show up, the location to which they're dispatched, things of that nature, correct?
Yes.
Have you looked at the dispatch log in this case?
No, I have not.
May I approach you on it?
Yes.
This has been pre-marked as Exhibit 27. Take a glance at that and tell me if you recognize that document.
Yes, sir.
How do you recognize it?
It looks like the log in question.
Oh, okay. So that's the dispatch log for what date?
The 29th.
Do you see your name somewhere on that dispatch log?
Yes.
To the right, one of the three officers that was called to the scene?
Yes.
And that looks like the dispatch log for the call out that you were testifying about yesterday. Is that right?
That's correct.
May I approach you on it?
Yes.
May I publish this as we
Yes.
discuss it? That is really small font. I'm gonna may I approach one more time?
Yes.
Yeah.
This is not an eye contest.
Thought I would know.
I stand, I should say. Oh, look at that. The magic of technology. All right. You can either look up on the screen or look at the dispatch log that's in front of you. I'll try to look at the one on the screen, but my eyes aren't that great either. If you look to the right, there appear to be 3 entries for the dispatch of the officers that were on the scene about which you testified yesterday, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, it has this dispatch log shows that you and then Officer Mullaney and then Sergeant Good all arrived to 32 Fairview that morning within 7 seconds of each other, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
It actually has Officer Mullaney arriving first at 6:09:26. You see that?
Yes.
And you see that it also has 3 seconds later at 6:09:29 you arriving. Is that right?
6:29 it says. Excuse me, it's 6:09, yes.
6:09 and 29 seconds.
Yes, I'm sorry, yep.
That's okay. And then it has Sergeant Good arriving 4 seconds after you at 6:09 and 33 seconds, correct?
Sure, yep.
So all 3 of you, according to the official document generated by Canton Police Department for this event, has Officer Mullaney arriving first, you arriving second, Sergeant Good arriving third, all within 7 seconds of each other, correct?
Correct.
That is completely false, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, you've looked at your dispatch, your dash cam, correct? And clearly, we saw it yesterday. You arrive and there's nobody else on scene.
Correct.
That was at about in fact, about 6:10 a.m. that you arrived, correct?
About that, yes.
And then Officer Meany actually arrives after you about 6:11 a.m. Is that right?
Yes.
And Sergeant Good does not arrive, according to your own dash cam, until about 6:16, a little after 6:15.
Yep.
All right. So right off the bat, the official Canton Police Department dispatch log, one of the first documents generated in any investigative event, that's completely wrong, right?
The times are, yes.
Well, the times and the orders, right? I mean, not only did Officer Meany not arrive first, you arrived first.
That's correct.
And then he arrived.
Sure.
So that's two things that are wrong about just that, correct?
Sure.
And then it has Sergeant Good arriving 4 seconds after you, which is also incorrect.
Yep.
He didn't arrive until about 6 or 7 minutes after you, right?
Sure.
All right. Have you reviewed this document in the past?
Yes? No.
You've never seen the dispatch log?
No.
Did you ever seek to make sure that the dispatch log that's so important and so vital in an investigation was actually accurate before it was turned over to the defense, for instance?
No, I didn't.
All right. But without that dispatch log, without your dash cam, we would be relying on your dispatch log to be true and accurate. Is that right?
Other than what I'm saying that what happened, correct.
And do you think it's accurate otherwise?
Not in order, no. It's not. Not in order, no.
Other than
In
the
time.
order and the time that the officer's responding, is it correct in all other respects in your mind?
Can you rephrase?
Sure.
Say it one more time.
Let's take away the order and the time that the officers responded. Ignore that. Is the dispatch log otherwise accurate?
Yes.
Take a look at the left-hand column where it's highlighted in green. What's that address?
Highlighting green?
On the screen, it's highlighted.
I'm sorry.
I didn't see anything.
I don't have the document.
That's okay. It says 32 Fairview.
Did you arrive to 32 Fairview Road?
No.
You arrived to 34 Fairview Road,
That's correct. Yep.
So that even the location on the dispatch log is faulty, is that right?
Sure, yep.
May I approach you, Honor?
Yes.
Yep.
You testified at a grand jury in April of 2022, correct?
I did.
At that grand jury, do you remember telling the grand jurors what address you actually responded to?
The lights, please.
Don't recall. Probably what I said in the grand
Would it
jury.
refresh your recollection if you took a quick glance
Sure.
at a copy of your grand jury testimony? May I approach you, Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Officer Sheriff, I've done you the favor of highlighting a page on page 9. Where did you indicate to the grand jurors that you actually
It
arrived?
says 35 Fairview.
I know what it says. I'm asking if it refreshes your recollection that you actually testified under oath that you responded to 35 Fairview Road.
Yes.
And that is incorrect as well, isn't it?
Yes.
May I approach you, Honor?
Yes.
Have you reviewed any of the other
That's a bad start.
officers' reports that relate to your dispatch out to the location that you've been testifying to?
No, I did not.
Did you ever review Sergeant Good's report?
No.
Are you aware that have you ever discussed with Sergeant Good that he wrote in his official report that you responded to 32 Fairview Road?
No.
And of course, we just talked about the fact that the dispatch log lists 32 Fairview Road and not 34 Fairview Road, correct?
Correct.
So none of the initial police reports, not the dispatch log, not your police report, apparently not Sergeant Good's, list 34 Fairview Road as the actual location where you responded that morning, correct?
As far as I know, yes. Yes, sir.
Was there an effort on your part or anybody else's, to your knowledge, to mask the actual address of Brian Albert's house as 34 Fairview Road?
No. No.
All those were just mistakes,
Yes.
over and over and over.
Yes.
When you made contact with the victim and the women that you described yesterday, did you see any evidence that any of the women had been engaged in life-saving measures?
Yes.
What did you see?
It appeared that Karen Reed was doing mouth-to-mouth on John O'Keefe.
You saw, I don't want to get too graphic, but you saw blood on her face?
Yes, I did.
You saw blood on his face?
That's correct.
You saw blood in her hair?
No, I didn't see anything.
You didn't notice that?
No, I didn't notice that.
Okay. But certainly blood on her face from having engaged in some sort of CPR activity?
Yes.
Mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, you said?
It looked.
Okay, real quick, keep in mind Jackson bringing up that he was wanting to keep the, or asking him if he wanted to keep the address off the record. Keep in mind that police report that was changed took Brian Albert's phone number off the police report as well. So this is now twice that it gives the appearance of trying to keep Brian Albert out of it.
Looked like it, yes.
Okay. You also saw Carrie Roberts seemingly assisting with chest compressions. Is that right?
I'm not asking a question.
Sorry?
Objection? There's just no question.
No, you can ask it. The question hasn't been asked yet. Finish the question.
Thank you, Your Honor. Did you also see Carrie Roberts seemingly assisting in chest compressions?
I don't remember who exactly it was, but it appeared that somebody was doing.
What about
purchase.
The third woman, Jennifer McCabe?
They were all around the body.
Did you see Jennifer McCabe ever engage with John O'Keefe as he lay on the ground and assist in any life-saving measures? Did you witness that?
I don't recall.
But you do recall my client engaged?
Yes.
Isn't it true that Jennifer McCabe pulled you aside while my client and Carrie Roberts stayed with John O'Keefe and began engaging you in a conversation?
Yes.
And she was providing some sort of a narrative to you, correct?
Correct.
While the other two women are trying to save John O'Keefe's life, she's talking to you.
For brief seconds, I would say.
For brief seconds?
Yes.
You saw the dash cam video. Was those several minutes on the dash cam video where she's standing and having a conversation with you? Are those the brief seconds?
I don't know what time frame you're talking about.
Right after you got there.
Right after I got there.
Correct. Did you ever see Jennifer McCabe do anything physically to help John O'Keefe?
No, I didn't see anything.
Did Jennifer McCabe offer to you during that brief seconds that you described, this narrative that she was having, this conversation she was having with you, did she ever offer the fact that she was standing in front of her sister's house?
No.
Did she ever offer the fact that her brother-in-law, who lives in the house, is a first responder?
Objection.
Sustained.
Were you apprised at any time while you were out there that the homeowner was a first responder?
Objection.
Sustained.
Based on your observations between Karen Reed and Jennifer McCabe, which one of those women appeared to be more focused on trying to save John's life in the moment?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Can you repeat the question, sir?
Between Karen Reed and Jennifer McCabe, which one of those two women, based on your observations, appeared to you to be more focused on physically trying to save John O'Keefe's life in the moment?
At that point, it was Karen Reed.
You would agree with me, Officer Serif, that in any investigation, details matter, accuracy matters, correct?
Sure.
Reports are written in police investigations in order to memorialize observations, things heard, seen, experienced by the officers, correct?
Yes.
And generally speaking, you're trained to write those reports and memorialize those observations as quickly as possible so that things are fresh in your memory.
Correct.
You don't want to write a report about an incident that you respond to today, 2 years from now.
No.
As a matter of fact, you're trained exactly the opposite. When you respond to a scene, it's somewhat important. You need to get it down on paper as quickly as possible for detail and accuracy, right?
Yes.
You did, in fact, write a report, a supplemental report for this investigation, where you laid out your observations of that morning, correct?
That's correct.
These are called incident reports, correct?
Yes.
I'm holding what appears to be a multi-page document that is entitled an incident report. May I approach?
Yes.
Take a look at the tab page
Mm-hmm.
and tell me if you recognize what's on that page.
I'm sorry.
Do you recognize that? All I'm asking you is, you recognize
yes.
that as your report?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay.
Sorry.
Did you write that?
Yes, sir.
When did you write that?
I believe the morning of.
So that would be January 29th,
That's correct.
a little bit later in the morning after you left the scene.
Yes.
And you were reflecting back on what had just happened minutes or hours before, correct?
Yep.
And you were trying to be as truthful as possible, correct?
Yes.
You were trying to be as accurate as possible,
Yes.
as comprehensive as possible,
Yes.
and as thorough as possible.
Yes.
You wrote in that report, quote, Karen Reed kept screaming, "Is he dead? Is he dead?" She was severely distraught and not able to tell me what happened. Correct?
That's correct.
May I approach?
Yes.
There was no limit to the amount of words that you could put on the page, correct?
Nope.
Matter of fact, there's a ton of white space. It's left unutilized, right?
That's correct.
You could have taken as much time as you wanted to in writing this report. Is that right?
Sure.
And it was, is that yes?
Yes.
There was no reason to abbreviate anything. Is that right?
No.
And you tried to be as accurate as you possibly could in that moment
Yes.
and put everything down in that report that reflected what you experienced and what you observed and what you heard that morning, correct?
Yes.
And the only statement you attribute to my client on that morning, just hours after the incident or minutes after the incident, was she kept repeating, "Is he dead?" Correct?
Yes.
This is what we just went over. That's the only thing that he says.
You were
that she
interviewed by
said.
Michael Proctor the next day, weren't you?
I don't know what day it was, but I think it
Would it
was.
refresh your recollection to take a look at a report?
Sure.
May I approach you on it?
Yes.
Take a look at that report that's dated March 15, but reflects an interview on January 30, and then tell me if you recognize it.
Looks like his report.
Okay, that's that's Trooper Proctor's report of an interview that he did with you, correct?
Yes.
And if you look on the second page, paragraph about what you stated to Trooper Proctor.
That's highlighted? Is
I
that?
highlighted for you, yes.
Yes.
Okay. Did you tell Trooper Proctor, let me withdraw that, ask it a different way. Were you trying to be as thorough and comprehensive with Trooper Proctor as you were in your own report?
Yes.
You weren't holding anything back in that interview, correct?
No.
You wanted to be as truthful and as honest as you possibly could?
Yep.
And as comprehensive as you possibly could, correct?
Yes.
You told Trooper Proctor that you could, quote, hear Karen Reed continually state, "Is he dead?" as the paramedics treated the victim. Officer Seraph then seen Karen inside her friend's vehicle, correct?
Correct.
So the only statement you attributed to my client the day after this incident was those three words, "Is he dead?" that she continually repeated. Is that right?
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
In the two times that you were asked to reflect back on exactly what happened that morning, on January 29th and January 30th. Both times, you attributed only 3 words to my client having been repeated continually in her distraught state. Is he dead? Right?
Yes.
And she wasn't saying that calmly, I'm assuming.
No.
Matter of fact, you used the word she was severely distraught. Is that right?
That's correct.
When you say severely distraught, we saw part of that on your dash cam. She was emotional.
Yes.
Upset.
Yes.
Focused on John.
Yes.
Trying to save his life.
Yes.
And asking, what was the question that she asked?
Is he dead?
Over and over and over, correct?
Correct.
Then you were asked to testify in April of 2022, April 14th of 2022, at a state-run grand jury by the Commonwealth.
Yes.
Matter of fact, Mr. Lally was the fine prosecutor who was asking you the questions, correct?
Yes.
Between the time you wrote your report on January 29th and you gave a statement officially on January 30th, between that time and when you testified in April of 2022, do you have any meetings with anybody from the Massachusetts State Police?
No.
Do you have any meetings with Mr. Lally?
No.
Did Mr. Lally put you on the stand without talking to you first?
No. For this trial?
Nope. I'm just, the dates in question are up to April 14th, 2022, that grand jury.
I don't recall.
You don't recall if you met with either Mr. Lally or any of his contemporaries to discuss your potential testimony?
Not. I don't recall meeting with him for that. No. One time I met with him in his office was a couple of weeks ago with this.
In preparation for this testimony?
Correct.
But your testimony now is that he didn't meet with you or you did not connect with him to discuss your testimony before the April grand jury?
I don't recall.
When you did testify in that grand jury,
Good morning, Ashley. Happy 6 months.
you changed your story, didn't you?
No.
You believe you testified completely consistently at that grand jury as you had in your report?
I testified for what I remember what happened, sir.
I see. Was your memory better in April than it was minutes or hours after the event?
Was it better?
Was it better or worse?
I don't know. I don't know what...
Do you think your memory gets better as time goes on?
Not usually, no.
No. Usually it's the opposite, isn't it?
Yes.
Memories get foggy, they fade.
Yes.
Which is why you write reports the day of the incident, if you can, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember what you testified to at the grand jury in April of 2022?
The whole thing?
No. Sorry, that was a bad question on my part. Just as it relates to statements attributed to my client.
Yes.
What was your exact testimony in April of 2022?
I'd have to look at my...
Would it refresh your recollection if you saw a copy of your
Sure.
grand jury transcript? May I approach?
Yes.
Uh-oh. Here we go.
Page 18.
This is... We're going to see this a lot with all the inconsistent statements.
Remember, once you
We're going to see the
review that and tell me if that refreshes your
pointing out
Yes, it does.
this a lot.
In fact, on April 14th, 2022, months after this event, for the first time, you said, quote, and these are your words, tell me if I get them right. She, you know, this is my fault. I don't know. She said, you know, I can't believe this happened. I mean, she kept asking if he was going to die, if he's dead. And, you know, I just basically said, you know, we're doing the best that we could, end quote.
That's correct.
May I approach?
Yes.
So in April of 2022, for the first time, you attributed the phrase, "This is my fault. I can't believe this happened," to my client, correct?
That's correct.
But nowhere in your official report did you say that.
That's correct.
And nowhere in your interview with Trooper Proctor the next day did you say that.
That's correct.
You think that was a pretty important omission on your part?
It was an oversight.
An oversight.
Yes, sir.
That a woman whom you made contact with, standing over the body of a fallen police officer, said to you, "This is my fault." Just missed that.
That would be a huge oversight.
Yes, I missed it. Yeah, I didn't write it down.
And then, of course,
That's
you testified yesterday. And your statement
your
changed
screaming.
again, right?
I don't.
Remember what you said yesterday to these jurors?
I don't remember word for word.
Well, I wrote it down. Let's see if this helps. Yesterday you said, that my client said, quote, "It's all my fault. I did this," end quote.
Yes.
Remember that? Is that yes?
Yes, sir.
But you didn't say that at the grand jury.
No.
And you didn't say that to Trooper Proctor.
No, sir.
And you didn't put it in your report.
That's correct.
If you were to testify in another 2 or 3 weeks, you think her statement would just keep evolving?
Objection.
Sustained.
spicy.
Now I want to shift gears for a second and talk about what Ms. Reed actually said that morning. You said that you reviewed your dash cam video, correct?
Once.
Do you remember when you arrived, one of the first things out of your mouth was the question, what happened?
Yes.
That would be a natural question to
Sure.
ask.
Yep.
Trying to assess the scene and assess the situation.
Absolutely.
And you would want to listen closely to what that answer was, correct?
Sure.
Ms. Reed did in fact answer you, didn't she?
I don't recall what she said.
She said, quote, "My boyfriend, I left him and he never came home," end quote. Correct?
I don't know. I don't recall.
You agree, we've already agreed, that details matter in any investigation.
Absolutely.
They certainly matter in this investigation, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'd like you to take a look at what's been pre-marked as Exhibit 26. This is about the 3:50 runtime. I'm not looking at the actual. I'm not looking at the actual time of day over here. I'm looking at the runtime, which is down at the bottom. So, if Mr. Bates, you could put this up tomorrow. Can you pause it? Just to orient everybody, does this appear to be your dash cam?
Yes, sir.
Same dash cam you were looking at yesterday?
Yes.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it, Mr. Bates. Officer Seraph, just like it's not an eye exam, it's not a hearing exam either. I'm going to do the best I can to raise the volume. And Officer Seraph, I want to focus your attention, if you wouldn't mind, on 9 seconds after you say what happened. Just count in your head and listen very, very carefully to the woman's voice that responds and what she says. Go ahead. Very, very hard to hear. Have you listened to that before?
No.
Does it appear to you that she said, "My boyfriend, I left him and he never came home"?
I couldn't understand anything.
Okay. Let's replay it one more time. Turn the volume up one more time right at that moment. Listen for a woman's voice just under. Sorry, I was asking Officer Seraph, please listen to, there's a din of noise, obviously, road noise, wind noise, etc. It's your dash cam, the audio from your dash cam. Once you close the door, listen very carefully, about 9 seconds after you say what happened, for a woman's voice, and see if you can make out what that voice says. Sure. Stop. Did you hear? I left him and he never came home.
I couldn't understand what they were saying.
You couldn't understand that?
No.
You want to hear it one more time?
No.
I don't think it.
No. Turn the lights on, please.
Judge said no.
Now, if my client had said, my boyfriend, I left.
Hold on. We can rewind it. Judge don't control my channel. Hold on. Y'all want to hear it one more time?
Him.
No.
And that left. Stop. Did you hear?
We didn't go back far enough.
Stop. Did you hear?
Okay, once he said what it is, then I can hear it. I can't hear anything before that, but once he said, but it's, him saying, do you want to hear it again? After he said what it is, and the judge said no, he knows that if he plays that again, the jury will listen for those words and be able to hear it, and the judge said no.
I left him and he never came home.
I couldn't understand what they were saying.
You couldn't understand that?
No.
You want to hear it one more time?
No.
I don't think it.
No. Turn the lights on, please.
Now, if my client had said, my boyfriend, I left him and he never came home, would that be something that you would find important to put in your report?
Objection.
Sustained.
Let's move to another area of the dash cam video. I want to keep playing it at the 28-minute mark, 28-minute and 20-second mark or so.
So can I see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please?
Sidebar. The judge doesn't, she's not a fan of this, apparently. He says that she said, I left him and he never came home. I've never seen a judge say, no, you can't play it again, before the witness even had a chance to ask, or answer, rather. Audio guy, hello.
Do you recognize your dash cam video being on the left of the screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you looked at Sergeant Good's dash cam video, which is squared up on the right side of the screen?
No.
You've never seen it?
No.
Okay. Does it appear to you that these are two different perspectives of the same scene? In other words, you see the car or the SUV on the left side of the screen right here, correct?
Yes, sir.
See that same SUV right there, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does that appear to be two different perspectives, two different angles?
Yes.
Of basically the same thing?
Yes.
Okay. I want to draw your attention to the individuals to the left of the SUV right here. There's a person wearing a hood with fur on it. Is that Carrie Roberts? To your memory?
I don't know.
Okay. There appears to be another person with a darker jacket standing just in front of that person with the hood and fur. You see that person?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to focus on the person in the darker jacket.
Sure.
I believe, and the only reason I'm asking you to focus at this point is because I want to try to play this just once and see if you recognize what's depicted in the video.
Sure.
What I expect you may see is this person move out of sight behind the SUV, and then in the background, there's an SUV parked in the driveway. Pay special attention to that portion of the SUV and see if you see that person in the dark jacket pass from right to left in front of that SUV as if they're going to the house. Let's go ahead and play it. Go ahead and pause it. Have you seen the person in the dark jacket leave the view?
Yes.
Did she appear to go behind the SUV?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead and play it. Go ahead and stop track. And now I'm going to ask to draw your attention to that car with snow on it. Pay special attention to that car as the film continues to run. Go ahead. Pause. Do you see a person standing in front of the car?
It appears to be a person, yes.
Walking from right to left?
Yes.
Would that be toward the house?
Yes, it would be.
Okay. And also, if you wouldn't mind switching your perspective, now you're looking more at the front of the house. Continue watching the film and see if you see that same person walking toward the house. Okay, stop. Did you see that?
No, I didn't see. Oh, yeah.
Right
Yes,
there.
I saw the shadow, yes.
Right. Shadow of a person
Yes.
walking toward the front of the house. That was Jennifer McCabe going into the house, wasn't it?
I have no idea.
Was it a person going into the house?
It was a person, yes.
Did you give anybody any permission to go into the house?
No, not my own.
Would you think that a witness in a homicide scene, we can go ahead and raise the lights, thank you. Would you think that a witness at a homicide scene being allowed to go into a house to make contact with other witnesses?
I didn't know it was a homicide scene, sir.
If I could finish my question. Do you think it's appropriate for a witness at a potential homicide scene, an unconscious person scene, whatever, crime scene,
Yes.
to make contact with other witnesses and begin discussing the situation unsupervised?
Can you rephrase that question, sir?
Do you think that's an appropriate thing to have happen?
I have no answer for that, sir. I don't know what you're asking.
Officer Seraph, when you go to a crime scene,
Yes, sir.
one of the first things that you want to do is secure the scene and separate witnesses so that interviews could be conducted, correct?
Sure.
You wouldn't want witnesses just cavorting together and getting their story straight, right?
Correct.
You'd want to avoid that at all costs,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
And why is that?
So they can't collaborate their story.
Yet there was a person walking from the area where a body was found in the lawn of a house, walking into the house to make contact with other individuals, correct?
It appeared that way, yes, sir.
Does that seem appropriate to you?
No.
Of course not.
Whoa! Whoa!
We've talked a bit about what you did and didn't hear at the scene from my client. At any point when you were at that location, did you hear my client repeating the phrase, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him?
She said, I hit him? No, I didn't hear that part.
You never heard her whisper it, yell it, say it, or otherwise?
Not that I recall.
If you had heard that statement, you likely would have written it down, wouldn't you?
Yes.
You likely would have reported that to Trooper Proctor the next day, wouldn't you?
Yes.
You likely would have mentioned it in your grand jury testimony, correct?
Yes.
And you did none of those things because you did not hear that statement, correct?
I did not hear that, no.
Sir, you were at 34 Fairview for more than an hour before you cleared the scene, right?
Yes, sir.
You were at the location of the body of John O'Keefe.
Yes.
In other words, you just didn't stay in your cruiser. You walked out to where John O'Keefe was.
No, I was in my cruiser at different times.
Must have been a bad question.
Okay.
You didn't just stay in your cruiser. At points, you got out of your cruiser, walked over, made contact with the women, and you were standing next to the body.
Yes.
And you were obviously looking around. You noticed some footprints.
Yes.
And you even noticed some lack of footprints.
That's correct.
So you were being observant at the area of the body.
Yes.
And the area adjacent to the body.
Yes.
You were looking for anything that might have been out of place?
Yes.
Anything of any evidentiary value, correct?
Yes.
You never saw or otherwise observed or located a single piece of taillight material, did you?
No.
You certainly didn't see 45 pieces of broken plastic or taillight material, did you?
No.
You never located or otherwise observed John O'Keefe's missing shoe?
No.
Or any other clothing of his?
I didn't. No.
Officer Schraff, did you ever think to look inside the house
No.
for that missing shoe?
No.
That never crossed your mind?
No.
You think that might have been a smart thing to do at the time?
Objection, Your Honor.
Rephrase the question.
Sure. Do you think that would have been appropriate protocol when dealing with a body laying on a lawn that is partially unclothed to look inside the house of the lawn?
No.
You didn't think that would have been appropriate protocol?
No.
For you or anybody else?
No.
Obviously, you did not conduct a search of that house, did you?
Nope.
And you're aware that to this day, no law enforcement officer ever conducted a search of that house?
I'm not aware of that.
Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything, Mr. Lally?
Briefly, Your Honor.
Okay.
OMG. OMG.
Morning, sir.
Morning.
You were asking questions and you were shown a dispatch log, is that correct?
That's correct.
And dispatch log, as far as the Canton Police Department is concerned, are you aware of sort of how or when or who creates that?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of how that document sort of comes into being?
So when a call comes in, an officer is at the desk, and usually the first thing they would do is dispatch, get people going to the scene, and get everybody rolling as far as if they need FD, police, whatever resources they need, and basically then type in what the call is and who's going.
So fair to say it's more important to get assets allocated to a scene, especially in the case of an emergency, which is why someone's calling 911, than to ensure that the dispatch time is correct down to the second.
Absolutely.
Now, you were asked some questions about different things that you heard the defendant say, correct?
That's correct.
And you were shown specifically some grand jury testimony from April of 2022 in which you indicated during that testimony that the defendant stated, "This is my fault."
Yes.
And is that based on your memory of what she said?
Yes.
And you also testified yesterday along those same lines, correct?
Correct.
What you testified to before this jury, as far as your memory, is that accurate as to what happened on that scene, January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
Now, prior to this call, did you know Kerry Roberts?
No.
did you know Karen Reed?
No.
Did you know John O'Keefe?
No.
Did you know Jennifer McCabe?
No.
Based on what you've seen as far as the dash camera, would you be able to differentiate between Jennifer McCabe or Kerry Roberts from that dash camera footage?
No.
Now, while you were on scene, did you see anybody from 34 Fairview Road from that address come outside?
No.
Did you see anybody from any address on that entire street for the entire 90 minutes that you were there come outside?
No.
Now, you were asked some questions about some different addresses on Fairview, whether they be 32 or 35. Do you know where either 32 or 35 is located in relation to 34?
It would be next to each other in sequential order.
Nothing further.
Okay.
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, you're all set, officer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Lally, who is your next witness?
Your Honor, I'm with the call officer Stephen Mullaney to the stand.
Okay.
Stephen Mullaney.
Okay, so for this to be the very first cross-examination that they're doing, they're kind of coming out swinging. Coming out swinging. That's crazy. And whoever saw that figure going up there, good eyeballs, because that was a good catch. That's the first we've heard of anybody go into the house while they were out there.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give in the court and jury in the case now and hearing should be truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay.
You can stand or sit, sir, whatever is more comfortable. Just make sure you speak into the microphone, please. Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Morning, sir.
Morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the...
Stephen Mullaney, Mullaney.
And how are you employed, sir?
I am employed by the Canton Police Department as a patrolman.
And how long have you been a patrolman for the Canton Police?
Since July 2020 and a full-time officer since August 2021.
And if I could call your attention to the evening of January 28th, 2022 into the morning of January 29th, 2022. Were you working on that occasion?
Yes, I was working the 11:45 p.m. to 7:45 a.m. patrol shift.
And were you dispatched to a call shortly after 6 a.m. on the 29th?
Yes, I was.
And where were you dispatched to, and what was that in regards?
34 Fairview Road for a unresponsive party.
Now, if I could turn back just for a second, as far as when you're assigned as far as a patrolman with the Canton Police, are there different sort of geographic sectors within the town to which you're assigned?
Yep, I was assigned to the east sector.
And is Fairview Road within that east sector?
It's the west sector.
So you were assigned to the east sector, but dispatched to a call in the west sector, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, do you know why that was?
Yes, east. The east sector backs up the west sector.
Prior to this, on the 28th, going into the 29th, were you
Why
aware?
don't you hold on a minute for that? Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Lally.
No, thank you. So on the 28th, going into the 29th, what, if any, awareness did you have as far as the weather forecast or sort of what was predicted as coming?
I believe around midnight it began to snow.
And that's why you're on shift, is that correct?
Yes.
When you're on shift and you're on patrol, particularly when there's a weather situation as far as snow or something like that, what is it that you're doing on patrol?
Well, I stayed in the parking lot that shift, so didn't get stuck anywhere.
And as far as the snow that was predicted and the snow that fell, how much precipitation, what kind of a...
Real quick, so that we know what we're working with here, because statements change so much. I want to read his report real quick. This is what he said. And thank you for the super chicker. Thank you so much. Okay, this is his report, so we can listen for anything that's changing. Okay, on Wednesday, January 29th. Okay, Wednesday? January 29th? Officer Mulaney was assigned to patrol the east sector, which is what they're going over. At approximately 6:05, Officer Saraf and I were dispatched to 34 Fairview for a report of an unresponsive party. Upon my arrival, Canton PD was arriving on the scene. Saraf had already been on scene. When I exited my cruiser, I observed a female party attempting CPR on the victim in the snow. As I approached the victim, Canton Fire Department began CPR. I then assisted Canton Fire Department with lifting the victim onto a stretcher. The victim was then taken by stretcher to the ambulance. Okay, at this time, Saraf asked me to assist in getting witness information. I spoke with McCabe, Jennifer. I asked Jen McCabe who the victim was, and she identified the victim as John O'Keefe. McCabe then explained to me that a group of people had gone out to Waterfall Grill and Bar. It's Bar and Grill, but hey, we'll let that one slide. In Canton earlier that night, Jennifer stated that she and her husband left the bar at approximately 12 a.m., went to her brother-in-law's house at 34 Fairview. McCabe said that John and his girlfriend Karen were invited but never arrived. I asked McCabe if she possibly knew how long the victim had been where he was found, and she told me that he was dropped off by Reed sometime between 12 and 1. I don't get that, because if they never arrived, but then she dropped him off, I don't know, but that's what it says. I'm just reading here. McCabe then told me that she was called by Reed at approximately 5 a.m., wondering if she knew where John was. At this time, Sergeant Good arrived on scene, and the victim was transported to Good Sam shortly after. While talking to McCabe, Karen was hysterical and distraught and repeatedly screamed, "Is he dead?" and "That's my boyfriend." So this is what Karen said according to him. "Is he dead? And that's my boyfriend." Sergeant Good then advised Carrie Roberts to take Karen home. After Karen and Carrie left, Canton Control advised officers that Karen was making suicidal statements to her dad. Carrie Roberts then brought Karen back to the scene, where Sergeant Good asked me to fill out a Section 12 paperwork, and she was transported to the Good Sam Hospital. I stayed on scene and assisted Sergeant Good, Detective Sergeant Lank, and Lieutenant Gallagher. So that's his statement. So we need to watch for anything that's not that.
Storm was it?
Well, by the morning, it was pretty heavy snow.
And by the morning, by what time?
Around 6 a.m.
So by the time that you were dispatched to that call, we were just talking about the snow was picking up and getting heavy.
Yes.
Okay. And as you were, so you were at the station when you received the dispatch, is that correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And about how far away is Fairview Road from where you were at the station?
Mile and a half, 2 miles.
And can you describe to the jury sort of the route that you took going from the station to Fairview Road that
Yep.
morning?
I took a right onto Washington Street from the station, and then I took a right onto Dedham Street from Washington Street, a left onto Cedar Crest from Dedham, and then a left onto Fairview Road from Cedar Crest.
And so Fairview Road runs sort of between two other more major roads in Canton, fair to say?
Yes.
And you mentioned Cedar Crest, is that correct?
Yes.
And Cedar Crest is off of Dedham?
Correct.
And so what is the other sort of major road on the other sort of intersection side of Fairview Road?
Chapman Street.
Okay. So when you're coming from Cedar Crest onto Fairview, about how far into Fairview is 34?
2 houses down on the right.
So the house would have been on your right, is that correct?
Correct.
And in addition to yourself, who, if anyone else from your department was dispatched to this call as well?
Officer Saraf.
And who, if anyone, arrived first?
Officer Saraf had arrived prior to my arrival.
And Officer Saraf, as far as which direction was his cruiser facing? The same as yours, directly at yours, or something else?
I don't recall.
You recall seeing Officer Saraf during your en route time sort of between the station and arriving on the scene?
I do not know.
Now, as far as when you're driving from the station to the scene, what, if anything, do you recall about sort of the road conditions, visibility, anything like that?
Visibility was difficult. I don't exactly recall how far you could see, but it was definitely coming down.
And at this point in time, on January 29th, just after 6 a.m., what is sort of the lighting conditions? Has the sun come up yet? Is it dark out, or what's going on?
It was still dark out.
And if you recall, what was sort of the vehicular traffic on the roadway between the station and your arrival on Fairview Road?
I don't recall there being any traffic.
Now, as far as when you are coming to the scene, do you recall whether or not you had to activate sort of your lights or your sirens or anything like that?
I believe I would have used the blue lights.
Do you recall using sirens?
I do not recall whether or not I used sirens.
And if you know, about how much time elapsed between the time that you received the call and the time that you arrived on Fairview?
3 minutes, approximately.
And when you arrived there, what, if anything, is sort of the first thing that you see?
I saw Officer Saraf towards like the front lawn, kind of surrounding the victim. There's a couple other people as well. And the fire department was on arrival right about the same time.
And so, beyond yourself and Officer Saraf from Camden Police, were there other sort of town assets that were dispatched to this call as well?
The fire department.
And when you say the fire department, how many sort of vehicles or what was their response as far as?
I believe they had a fire engine and ambulance.
And do you recall if the fire engine and the ambulance came from sort of the same side as you from Cedar Crest, or did they come into the scene from from the opposite side as far as from?
I think they had come down Chapman Street to Fairview, and they were facing towards Cedar Crest.
Now, so you arrived there, you see Officer Saraf and people from the fire department, correct?
Yes.
And you indicated that you saw a person on the ground. Is that correct?
Yes.
And just for clarity purposes, at some point subsequent to this, you were able to identify the person that was on the ground. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. That was John O'Keefe. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And where the other people that you indicated were there, where were they in relation to John O'Keefe?
I think I don't really recall where everybody was upon my arrival, but I think everyone was kind of like in the vicinity around the curb to the street.
Now, as far as when you're first arriving, you're pulling up to the scene, were you able to see Mr. O'Keefe on the ground at that point, or did?
I saw people around him, but I had to get closer before I saw the victim on the ground.
And so the other people that you saw around him, were they kneeling down, standing up, or something else?
I believe Officer Saraf was still standing up. I don't recall anyone else.
And so fair to say you saw Officer Saraf standing up near Mr. O'Keefe before you actually saw Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Yes, yes.
Now, this particular area where you saw Officer Saraf standing up and Mr. O'Keefe or Officer O'Keefe on the ground, what, if any, sort of additional ambient lighting did you observe in that area? Was there any street lights or anything like that around there?
Not that I recall.
Now, in addition to Officer Saraf, at some point did you encounter some other individuals or civilian people on scene?
Yep, Miss Jen McCabe.
And in addition to Ms. McCabe, were there any other female parties there as well?
Carrie Roberts.
And in addition to Ms. Roberts, was there any other female parties there?
Yes, Ms. Reed.
And just to be clear, do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Okay. And could you identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing she's wearing?
Black dress.
That's a record reflect identification of the defendant.
Yes.
Now, prior to this call, did you have any prior sort of familiarity with Karen Reed?
No.
Okay. With John O'Keefe?
No.
With Jennifer McCabe?
No.
With Carrie Roberts?
No.
And when you arrive and you make those sort of initial observations, where is it that you go? What, if anything, do you do?
The fire department began their life-saving measures, and at one point we were able to get him onto the stretcher, or onto a backboard, I believe it's called, and then onto a stretcher.
And what, if any, involvement did you have with that?
I assisted the fire department in placing him on the backboard and then helping get him onto the stretcher.
Now, as far as you mentioned that where you came and located Mr. O'Keefe, do you recall sort of what position his body was in when you first observed him?
He was lying face up, was back on the ground.
And do you recall where he was in relation to the roadway, as you could tell?
Yeah, he was on the front lawn. So, I didn't know exactly where the curb was, but I would think about approximately 10 feet from the curb.
And so you mentioned that you couldn't tell exactly where the curb was. Why is that?
There was snow on the ground.
So the snow sort of covered the curb at that time that you're there, is that correct?
Yes.
But you approximated it was about 10 feet into the lawn.
Yeah.
And the snow on the ground that you observed at that time when you first arrived, about how much snow had accumulated on the ground?
I'd say at that point approximately 6 inches.
And what, if any, snow did you observe on any part of Mr. O'Keefe's body when you first saw him?
There was really no snow, but you could tell that he had been in the conditions. It was almost as if it was like water, kind of like frozen on to his face.
And did you make any observations, or what, if any, observations did you make beyond his face as far as sort of the resting spot?
I don't recall really any other observations.
Do you recall how he was dressed?
I do not.
Do you recall any, what, if any, smell was on any other part of his body?
I do not.
Now, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, what, if any, observations did you make as far as any injuries to Mr. O'Keefe at that initial time?
I did not recall any injuries.
So nothing stood out to you, is that correct?
No, correct.
And you assist the fire department in getting him onto a backboard, correct?
Yes.
And where did Mr. O'Keefe go from there?
To the ambulance.
And did you go to the ambulance as well?
Not that I recall, no.
So fire department sort of takes over care of Mr. O'Keefe at that point.
Yes.
So after Mr. O'Keefe is lifted up, when he's lifted up, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the grounds that had been underneath Mr. O'Keefe and where he was?
I didn't recall anything. Observe anything? No. No.
You recall even looking sort of in that area?
No, I think he was in front of me, so I wouldn't have seen what was under him.
And so after Mr. O'Keefe is taken by members of the fire department over to the ambulance, what is it that you did?
Officer Sarif, at that point we were trying to identify the victim, so I spoke to Ms. McCabe.
And without sort of anything that Ms. McCabe told you, about how long period of time did you talk to Ms. McCabe gathering information?
Approximately 2 minutes.
And who, if anyone else, did you speak with attempting to gather information regarding Mr. O'Keefe?
Ms. McCabe is the only one I recall speaking to.
Now, as far as the defendant, Ms. Reed, what, if anything, do you recall her sort of doing as you're on scene and as you're going about what you're trying to do?
She was screaming, is that my boyfriend? Is he dead?
And when you say screaming in a fairly loud voice, correct?
Very, very loud, yes.
And as far as that sort of phraseology, as far as is he dead, how many times was that something she said? Once, more than once, or something?
Repeated many times.
And with the same sort of volume that she had said it with, as you described the first time?
Yes.
So that is what he says in his statement. So far he's been consistent with that. Distant,
And
yes.
as far as, if you know,
Yes.
how long was the ambulance on scene before it left to go to the hospital?
10 minutes, approximately.
Do you know what hospital it went to?
Good Samaritan.
And after the ambulance left and went to the hospital, where did the three women that you're talking about, being the defendant, Ms. McCabe, Ms. Roberts, where did they go?
I believe they left the scene.
So did you have any, or what, if any, conversation did you have with any of them following that?
None.
Now, as far as Ms. Reed, the defendant, is concerned, what, if anything, else did you observe as far as her saying or her demeanor or anything like that?
Just the screams and she was very distraught.
Now, at some point, did Ms. Reed sort of stay in one place, or where did Ms. Reed go sort of around the cruisers and the ambulance and all of that?
I believe she went to one of the vehicles. I don't know if it was a cruiser or one of the cars, just stay warm.
And the other two women that were with her, as far as Ms. McCabe, Ms. Roberts, were they in the same general vicinity as the defendant, or were they separated, if you recall?
I don't recall.
Now, at some point after they had left the scene, what, if anything, were you advised by your dispatch in regard to Ms. Reed?
We were dispatched that, or Getting Control had advised us that she's making suicidal statements.
And so based on that, what, if anything, did you or the other officers that you were on scene with do at that point?
I don't recall exactly who, but someone had called Ms. Roberts to have Ms. Reed come back to the scene, and we section 12 there.
And so about how much time elapsed between the time that you learned that from dispatch and the time that Ms. Reed arrives back on scene with Ms. Roberts?
5 minutes, approximately.
Now, you mentioned that there may have been other officers on scene, correct?
Yes.
So in addition to yourself and Officer Sarif, who, if anyone else from your department, arrived on scene while you were there?
Sergeant Good arrived, Sergeant Link at the time, and Lieutenant Gallagher.
And when was that in relation to when yourself and Officer Sarif arrived on scene?
Sergeant Good was there shortly after, and then Sergeant Link shortly after him, and then Lieutenant Gallagher after that. And
in total, as far as sort of the earliest and the longest, about how long was it until Lieutenant Gallagher arrived on scene?
I'd say less than 45 minutes.
And in total, how long was it that you were on scene that morning?
90 minutes to 2 hours.
And during the course of time that you were on scene, at some point, did the sun come up?
Yes.
And during the time that you were on scene, as far as the conditions, and let me ask just a little bit more about that. You indicated something about snow being on the ground and not being able to see the curb, correct?
Yes.
What, if any, sort of other things in addition to that, from a weather perspective? What was the temperature out at that time?
It was very cold. It was cold.
Could you, or do you have any estimate as far as to how cold?
25, and it was windy.
And when you say windy, could you expound upon that as far as like what kind of wind? Are we talking constant wind, gusts, or something else?
I would say gust to constant.
And fairly strong winds, light winds, what kind of?
Not necessarily strong, light winds, but it was definitely windy.
And during that sort of total time, about 90 minutes or so that you were on scene, was the weather consistent throughout that entire period that you were on scene?
That I recall, yes.
Now, in the area where you first observed Mr. O'Keefe's body on the lawn, after his body was removed by the fire department, what, if anything, did you observe sort of in that general area?
Nothing.
What if anything? What if anything? What if anything?
Now, again, you said that Ms. Reed was brought back to the scene or around Fairview Road at the same time by Ms. Roberts, correct?
Correct.
Do you know where she went from there?
She was transported to Good Samaritan.
Different ambulance than had taken Mr. O'Keefe?
Correct, different ambulance, yep.
Now, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, you assisted getting him onto the backboard, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you also assist getting him onto the stretcher?
Yes.
And beyond sort of the visual observations that you made, did you have occasion to, in that process, have any sort of tactile observations? Did you come into contact with Mr. O'Keefe's body at any point?
No.
Beyond what you've already testified to, did you make any other observations at any point of Mr. O'Keefe, his body, or any injuries?
No, not that at all.
Thank you for the super chat. Thank you.
Sir, I'm going to direct your attention up to the screen over here. Ms. Gilman, if you could just put up Exhibit 25 and just sort of pause it as soon as it comes up. So, Officer Mulaney, I'm directing your attention to the screen and what's been marked as Exhibit 25. Generally speaking, what's depicted up on the screen here, is that consistent with what you recall as far as the conditions when you were responding to Fairview Road that morning?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I could ask for Exhibit number 3. Yes. I'm sorry, Exhibit number 9. That's my fault. And Officer Mulaney, directing your attention to what's up on the screen, has been previously marked as Exhibit number 9. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
Okay, what do you recognize it to be?
That's 34, Fairview.
Is that how it's depicted in that photograph? Is that a relatively fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed of the residents on the morning of January 29, 2022?
Yes.
Okay. And Ms. Gilman, if I could have Exhibit number 18. And again, Officer Mulaney, what's up on the screen? Do you recognize what's depicted in Exhibit 8?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that?
That's 34 Fairview.
That's sort of a different view, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, with regard to the residents, if I'm standing on the street and I'm facing the residents, as in the previous photograph, the area of the lawn where you first observed Mr. O'Keefe laying on his back with his face up, would that be to the left of the residents, the right of the residents, or dead center, or something else?
Left.
And what, if anything, did you observe sort of in that general area as far as any sort of landmarks or things that were in that area?
A fire hydrant and a flagpole.
And may I approach the witness room?
Yes.
So, sir, you know, I'm going to try not to blind anybody. This is a laser point, because we can push that button there. And
okay.
So, officer, if I could ask you, using that laser pointer directly, if you could direct the jury's attention to where in that photograph, if anywhere, you recall Mr. O'Keefe's body being located when you first found it.
Right in this area?
Thanks. If I may have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
And also, you can. Thanks. I have no further questions to this witness, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Ron.
The thing is, all of
Morning,
these
officer.
Morning.
officers,
Officer
the crosses
Meany,
are going
you
to be
and I
brutal.
have never met before, correct?
Correct.
We've never spoken about this case.
No.
Is it fair to say that when you were dispatched to 34 Fairview Road on January 29th of 2022, you were a part-time officer at that point?
No, I was full-time.
When did you start at the Canton Police Department?
July 2020.
Did you start as a part-time officer?
I did.
Oh, I see. I misunderstood your testimony. You actually became full-time in August of 2021.
Correct, sir, yes.
All right, so you had been full-time at that point for about 6 months when you received this call, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's fair to say that you were the junior officer on scene?
Yes, it is.
You had testified that you approached Fairview from the Cedar Crest side, correct?
Yes.
34 Fairview Road is much closer to the Cedar Crest side than it is to the Chapman side, correct? And when you take a left on Cedar Crest to enter Fairview Road, 34 Fairview is the second house on the right. Does that make sense?
From Cedar Crest, yes.
Yes. And you were quickly surmising that whatever action was taking place there was taking place on the front lawn of 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes, sir.
And one of the first things that you saw was there appeared to be a woman giving CPR to somebody on the ground?
Yeah, yes.
You didn't know who that woman was at the time, correct?
No, sir.
But you later learned her identity.
Yes, I don't recall which female it was that was giving CPR, though.
Okay. So you don't recall that it was Karen Reed who was giving CPR to John O'Keefe?
I don't know who it was.
At some point in time, you came in contact with Karen Reed, correct, while you were on scene?
Not direct contact, but I was on scene while she was there.
I mean, you were there until about 8 a.m., correct?
Yeah. Yes.
And you were dispatched shortly after 6 a.m., correct?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
You were there for approximately 2 hours, correct?
Yes.
You were there when Karen Reed was there when you showed up, correct?
Yes.
She left and she came back to the scene, correct?
Yes.
And you were there when she came back, correct?
Yes, sir.
So with regard to your contact with her, she certainly was within eyeshot, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you actually at some points were closer to her than you are to me right now, correct?
Yeah.
How close did you get to her?
10 feet.
All right. With the court's permission, I'd like to walk toward you and have you stop me when I'm at the point when you were at your closest to Karen Reed. Can I do that, Your Honor?
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you.
Right there.
Okay. And when you were this close to her, and you're estimating this to be about 10 feet, correct?
Sure.
When you were this close to her, was there anything blocking your view of her face?
Not that I recall.
All right. You noticed, obviously, that she had blood on her face, correct?
I did not notice that, no.
You didn't notice that she had blood in her hair?
I did not notice that.
You did notice that she was absolutely hysterical.
Yes.
She was completely distraught.
Yes.
She appeared to be in shock.
Yes.
And there was a contrast between that demeanor that you observed with regard to Karen Reed and the demeanor of one of the other women on scene, Jennifer McCabe, was there not?
There's another sigh.
Can you kind of explain further?
Sure. Karen Reed was screaming, correct?
Yes.
She was yelling, correct?
Yes.
She was hysterical and distraught, correct?
Yes.
Jennifer McCabe was not.
Correct.
And you actually had more contact, direct contact with Jennifer McCabe that morning, correct?
Yes.
And you spoke to Jennifer McCabe for a good 2 minutes, correct?
Yes, sir.
Face to face.
Yes, sir.
You were closer to Jennifer McCabe than you ever got to Karen Reed, correct?
Yes.
You were able to observe her demeanor.
Yes.
You were able to hear her tone of voice.
Yes.
You were able to hear how loudly she was speaking, correct?
Yes.
You were able to hear how quickly she was speaking.
Yes.
During those 2 minutes that you were face to face closer to Jennifer McCabe, she was not screaming, correct?
Correct.
She was not yelling.
Correct.
She was not hysterical.
Correct.
She was not distraught.
Yes.
She was calm.
Correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow it, but let's move on.
Jennifer McCabe didn't have any blood on her face, correct?
No.
And you didn't see any blood in Jennifer McCabe's hair, correct?
No.
Now, with regard to what you heard Karen Reed scream that morning, I just want to make sure I get your testimony correct. I believe on direct examination, you stated that she kept repeating two phrases, one being, "Is he dead?" and the second being, "That's my boyfriend," correct?
Yes.
And how many times do you think that she repeated those two phrases?
It's quite a bit, more than 10.
Okay, like almost too many times to count, really.
Yeah, yes, sir.
And each time she said, "Is he dead?" what was her tone of voice?
Screaming very loudly.
Each time she said, "Is that my boyfriend?" what was her tone of voice?
Same.
And you got there not long after Officer Saraf, correct?
Correct.
In any of during the time, let me strike that, during the time that you were on scene and you heard Karen Reed screaming and yelling in this distraught and hysterical manner, you never once heard her say, "I did it," correct?
I did not.
You never once heard her say, "It's my fault," correct?
I did not.
You never once heard her say, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him," correct?
I did not.
If you had heard any of those statements, you would have recognized that those would have been important to note, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you would have noted those in your police report, obviously, correct?
Yes.
Because you know that when you're drafting a police report, you want to include all the important details, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you want to be precise and accurate, correct?
Yes.
And so you didn't put those statements in your report because you never heard those statements come out of Karen Reed's mouth.
Yes, sir.
Now, while you were on scene, at some point in time, you were asked to participate in a search for evidence on that front lawn, were you not?
I was standing by. I didn't directly search for anything that I recall.
All right, and when you say you were standing by the area where John O'Keefe's body had been,
Yes.
correct? And how close were you to that area?
I was like right off the curb at that point on the street.
How many feet from where the body had been?
10 to 12 feet. 15
Okay, so
feet.
maybe about the same distance as when I walked toward you, around that distance?
Yeah, yes, sir.
And how much time did you spend around that distance from where John O'Keefe's body had been?
I don't recall.
You were there for 2 hours, correct?
Yes.
So is it fair to say that you were sort of in and around that area multiple times during that 2 hours?
Yes.
Did you ever see anybody put up any crime scene tape at all?
I don't recall that.
You recall other officers sort of searching that area, correct?
Yes.
And while you were near that area, you were certainly paying attention to it, correct?
Yes.
Did you see officers use any equipment to clear some of the snow in that area?
Yes, sir.
What did you see?
There was a leaf blower.
Where did that leaf blower come from?
I don't know.
Who had the leaf blower?
I believe it was Lieutenant Gallagher.
When did Lieutenant Gallagher arrive on scene?
45 minutes after I did, approximately. I don't recall the exact time.
And how big was that leaf blower?
Not too big.
Was it handheld or was it something that you pushed?
Handheld.
And who used the leaf blower?
Lieutenant Gallagher.
At what area or on what area did he use that leaf blower?
The front lawn.
And would that have been around the area where John O'Keefe's body had been?
Yes.
And you were watching him as he did that, correct?
Yes.
What other officers were in that area sort of watching what was going on or participating in the search for what was going on?
I don't necessarily recall where everybody was, but I believe it would be Sergeant Link and Sergeant Good.
And they were superior officers, correct?
Correct.
And you understood that these brother officers of yours were looking for evidence, right?
Yes.
They were looking for clues about potentially what had happened to John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
And you were paying attention too as they were doing their work, correct?
Yes.
You were looking for anything that might have been out of place, correct?
Yes.
If there was something large there that didn't appear to, be appropriate for a front lawn, you would have made note of that, correct?
Yes.
And if there was something small there, you would have still made note of that if it didn't appear to belong on a front lawn, correct?
Yes.
At any point in time, either before or after the leaf blower was taken out by Lieutenant Gallagher, did you see 45 pieces of bright red, black, and clear plastic pieces
There's another side.
scattered all over the scene?
I did not.
Did you find or see even one piece of broken plastic?
I did not.
Oh yeah, he needs to point out the phone because I want to hear, since he helped get him on the stretcher, that the phone was underneath him.
When you came to the scene, John O'Keefe was still lying on the ground, correct?
Yes.
Did you see whether or not there were any blankets on scene?
No.
Did you know that one of the women on scene had a sister who lived in that very house?
I did not.
When you were speaking with Jennifer McCabe, at any point, did you learn whether she had actually gone into that house at all?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you see Jennifer McCabe approach that house at any point when you were on scene?
No.
Were you alerted at any point by anyone that she went into that house while you were on scene?
No.
Did you ever see Jennifer McCabe come out of that house with blankets or anything else that might comfort John O'Keefe?
No.
What was your state of mind regarding whether there were any first responders in that house?
I wasn't aware of that.
Nobody told you?
No.
You had testified that at one point you saw Karen Reed being escorted into a motor vehicle?
Yes.
And that was one of the women on scene, her motor vehicle?
Yes, it was either that or a cruiser.
All right.
Both kind of the same area.
But you'll agree with me, at no point in time did you see Karen Reed and Jennifer McCabe in a vehicle together?
Not that I recall, no.
And at no point in time did you ever hear Karen Reed ask Jennifer McCabe to Google anything?
No.
I may have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you, officer.
Yeah, they're gonna have to clear up the phone stuff, especially because of the reports about how Proctor got it on scene, but then he wasn't on scene.
Officer Lane. You've been to other scenes in which there is a deceased person on scene, family members or friends around?
Yes.
And of those other scenes, does everybody who's a friend or a family member of the person who is injured or deceased, do they all react the same?
No.
Is every single one of them screaming and yelling different things?
No.
And there are actually 3 women on scene that morning, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so there was Jennifer McCabe, there was the defendant, Miss Reed, and there was Kerry Roberts, correct?
Correct.
And did you see any blood on Miss Roberts' face or hair?
No.
Okay, was she screaming and yelling things and moving around the scene?
No.
Now, as far as the residence in 34 Fairview Road, did you see anybody go in or come out of that residence during the time that you were on scene?
No.
And as far as any of the other residences on the entire rest of the street, did you see any of the neighbors or anybody else come outside at any point in time?
I did not.
I have nothing further.
One question, if I might.
Okay.
Recross.
Sure.
And I don't mean to be a wise guy, sir, but did any of the other neighbors on the entire street have the body of a dead police officer on their front lawn?
Objection.
All right, so that's sustained. All right. You are all set, sir.
Thank you.
All right, folks, it's 11 o'clock. We'll take our morning recess, 15 minutes.
All right, please. First, close your notebooks. Make sure.
Wow. Okay. So let's talk about some of this. Defense came out swinging. Jackson, that first cross was here. I'm going to cover the fan so that it doesn't make you dizzy, because people say it's dizzy. Look at me so big. I'll be so big. There we go. People have all, I mean, we've all heard about what a good attorney he is. And in that cross, you can really see it. I mean, he, like, that was, that's some fancy lawyering. Some fancy lawyering he did there. Yeah, he's very effective. Effective is a good word for him. So here's the thing. The first thing he comes out with right out the gate, is there anything you would like to change about your testimony yesterday? And he says no. And as soon as he said that, we know that he's about to go into the impeachment. Here's the thing, with the investigation being what it is, and I think we all know what it is. With the investigation being so bad, okay, let's put aside completely if you think that Karen did it, or if you think that the Alberts did it, or if you think that a bear did it. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Put all of that aside. We know that the investigation is BS. We know that there are so many problems. This is what I have been screaming from the rooftops for 9 months now. We know that there are so many problems with this. So because of that, we know that the most effective lawyering, well, I won't say that. I don't know how it's going to go with the McCabe's and the Alberts. I'm just saying, we know that there's going to be a lot of impeachment, a lot of pointing out errors, a lot of pointing out things that, coulda, woulda, shoulda, a lot of, changing stories. And there were so many officers involved in this, and so many of these reports and everything are changing, that this is where the defense is going to just go down the line, and every single one of these, officers who had a report that then had, something different in a different report, or then said something different to the grand jury, or then said something different, during direct, all of that is going to be like where I have that one, big timeline of all the conflicting statements, where I put everything together in a timeline to go through all the conflicting statements for the one episode in the podcast. He's going to have the chance to do that to them with more information than I even had. I just had it from the court documents. He's also got like grand jury minutes and stuff like that. So where I just have my little list of all the things that are contradicting each other, he has a bigger and probably more organized list. Let's not say more organized. I'm pretty organized. He has more than likely a bigger list with all kinds of, smart lawyering notes, and he's going to have the chance to go through and point out each of those to each witness in front of the jury. So all of these officers who are, and the Fed info, yes, BL and the Fed info. He's going to have the opportunity to point out all of this. So if the jury is constantly hearing about all of these errors and, mistakes and oversights, or whatever he called the one thing about him not putting in his report that she said that Karen said it was her fault. I'm sorry, but if this is a report on somebody who you are accusing of taking somebody else's life, especially the life of a Boston police officer, then you would think if somebody's out there hollering, "This is all my fault," that it would have gone in the report. But it didn't. That's not to say that errors are not going to be made. It's like, my good friend Dr. Kenneth Kinsey always says, I've never seen a perfect, crime scene. And I get that. However, you can only have so many mistakes. You can only have so many conflicting statements. You can only have so many problems, just problems. There's so many problems with all of this. So this is going to be, these cross-examinations of these officers, and, and not just, because keep in mind, like, this isn't just going to be Proctor. Proctor's just going to be, woo! Proctor's is going to be something. But this is not just, Proctor and Berkowitz, if he is able to come or whatever. All of these officers who have reports on this and changing stories and different things, all of them, it's not just one or two that, have, errors here and there. Like, there's so much of it. And if nothing else, that shows, that's not necessarily going to show the, there's a young and hollering in the hallway. That's not necessarily going to show like, oh, well, these police were sloppy. That means that, Brian Albert is guilty or whatever. It's not even that. This is all setting the tone for the jury hearing all of the problems with the investigation. So if they're hearing all of these problems with the investigation, then everything else that's presented from this investigation is going to be looked at like that's a little sus, That's how I would look at it. If I'm hearing that the lead investigator is looking for nudes on a phone and, going through a phone without a warrant. The nudes on the phone is disgusting. I'm still mad about that. But if I'm hearing that, followed by the very first, cross-examination that's done is, pointing out more inconsistencies. And then the second one that's done is talking about how, he said that he didn't hear any of the other things that were later said that she said about, it was my fault or, I hit him or any of that. Like he said he didn't hear any of that. So I don't know. It's a lot of it's a whole big mess, y'all. It's a whole big mess. And this is the jury's introduction to this investigation. Think about some of the investigations that we've seen where, you have people like Detective Dean, one of our very own. I was watching him on the TV this morning. You have Detective Dean, who is, all of his, reports and his, the videos of the walkthrough that he did with Thami and, all these things. Like he's doing everything by protocol to keep the investigation clean for things like this. But then you have that keeps all of the other questions out of it. But when you have stuff that's so sloppy, the jury's going to see that. So I think it could have a big impact on, on everything, honestly. If it was, let's do a poll real quick. Start a poll. What has been presented by the defense about the investigators? If you were a juror, I just put it up. If you were a juror, would what has been presented by the defense about the investigation and the investigators so far, would that influence you on what you believe, like the level of faith that you have in what they're giving you? I just feel like if nothing else, because it's a fellow officer, they should have put more care into their reports. If nothing else. Have we heard any notable argument from the DA? In openings, he said that he has evidence that will come out that that we'll hear about her going 62 foot in reverse, 27 miles an hour or whatever it is. But no, that was in openings. It's hammering. I'm trying to think. Is there anything else from my notes that I'm missing that? Yesterday was totally a defense day. And trials work like that. Some days are a win for the defense. Some days are going to be a win for the prosecution. It always happens. Yesterday was a total defense day. So far today has been total defense day. I think that as long as we are going through these officers, it's going to be a bunch of defense days. Now, if, we get to the evidence part where, if Lally has, this 62-foot reverse stuff and, they can get up there and show that, then that could be a prosecution day. So it's just going to depend. But I don't think that the prosecution is going to win a whole lot of points with some of the officers because of their own errors. It's my helicopter. It reminds me of that song, North Carolina. Switch around your head, it's like a helicopter. No. 3 hours of sleep. Okay. Oh my gosh, like Travis Rudolph, investigator, had tunnel vision. Vandalazy. Or Vandaland. They didn't even try to see anything else. Meany, junior officer, on his testimony. Let's see if his superiors are the same. Yeah, I mean, there was no, like, impeaching him. And I'm glad that we read his report before we listened to his testimony, because with all of their stuff changing so much, I want to be able to know what I'm looking for, what I'm listening for, and if what they say this time is different than what they said in that. Normally, I don't think too much about all that, but because of all the problems with this one, I like reading the report first. We definitely know more than the jury does. Yes. Yes. Oh, we've been all up in this for a while. They treated him like a John Doe, not Officer John O'Keefe. I feel like that's one of the things that kind of frustrates me the most about this. And I've said this before, like just the lack of attention to the investigation. Like, just take a couple minutes, bruh. Just a thought about driving in snow. Her mile per hour could be off if her tires were spinning on the snow. Oh, good point. I wonder if they'll address that. Andrea F., good point. Look at you coming in with all your knowledge. You have to remind us of that when they come up. Sima says, as a juror, I'd be wondering between bad police work or straight up corruption. Yeah, I mean, I think that it's hard to convince people of, well, I say that. I mean, this area has had a lot of problems. I mean, I get locals emailing me almost daily about different things. But I would think under normal circumstances, it's a hard sell to convince a jury that it's going to be instinct. When somebody's on trial, you're automatically going to think, okay, well, they're on trial for a reason. When you hear that, like, even when you hear that, like, there's a shooting or something, and then they're like, we have suspect in custody. We're like, oh yes, they got him. But honestly, it's a suspect. It's not, they're still presumed innocent. But because we know that, we instinctively trust them to do what they're supposed to do, we're kind of programmed to assume that whoever's on trial is on trial for a reason. And it is even in like movies and stuff, like we watch movies where it's like, they're, getting the bad guy, putting him in jail, So I think it's kind of ingrained in us. Innocent until proven guilty has become the opposite of what is fed down our throats so much that I think that a lot of juries will go into it assuming that they have the right person. It's going to be hard to convince a jury of a lot of corruption. It would be easier to convince them of bad police work. But then at what point does it change for people to see, like, how many bad officers can there be before you start thinking, okay, well, maybe this is corruption? You know, I guess that would vary case by case. A lot of people are commenting on the judge sighing. She sure is sighing. Right in the microphone, too. Bless it. Let's see. Seems like there's been no helpful prosecution witnesses. First officer just made investigation look questionable at best. Junior officer seemed truthful. The junior officer did. He seemed very truthful. And his, you know, his testimony was right on par with his report. Linda says, no matter what, we know it is a huge red flag that they didn't investigate the people that lived in the house. The body in the yard was found. Come on, that's investigation 101. Yeah. I agree. Even if just to rule it out. Just to rule it out. Just so you can avoid all of this. Holly Mac, Dr. G thinks he can see her hit John Keefe's car and that her taillight was broken. He said it seemed like she backed into his vehicle on purpose. Not sure how I feel about that. You know, I've heard that before. I've heard people say that they think that she did it on purpose, but I personally disagree, because if she was going to do it on purpose, she'd have done it hard. If I was going to do it on purpose to try to cover my tracks for something, I'd have rammed that sucker so you can't tell anything else. So then I have, you know, then I have an excuse for my taillight to be broken, or I have, you know, if I was going to do it, I'd do it. This is 101. Exactly. I think it's just mistakes so far. Dispatch gets info from the caller. Officer has nothing to do with it. Officers were busy saving a life. I don't see anything crazy yet. I don't think it was the dispatch information that was wrong on that, right? I screenshotted it. I have to go back and look, because it was the times that they got there and all that stuff. And, you know, he pointed out that they didn't check that, because it's on like dash cam and stuff like that, so it can be checked, and it wasn't it wasn't done, and it was wrong, and the address was wrong. Does Canton PD get along with Boston PD? I believe so. I mean, I would assume so. Well, I mean, heck, these did, because one of the Alberts is Canton PD and one of them's Boston PD. Jen, welcome back. Welcome back. Crazy how they were able to detect the person going into the house. Yeah. Well, and to be fair, we can't see them going in. We see them going up there. But even that's the first that we've heard about that. There's never been any mention by anybody that they went up to the house. During that time, anyway. It's all later in the day, later in the morning. Jennifer McGuire says, in all my years working in the medical field, if it's not charted, it didn't happen. I think that's so important, especially for, for investigations like this, trying to keep everything clear as mud. I assumed everyone knew that. 0 to 24 and a few feet on snow, your wheels are spinning. Look. Snow ain't something we're used to down here in Florida. And even in Georgia, it was a once every year or so thing, and we didn't ever drive in it. There's no such thing as snow plow trucks in Walnut Grove, Georgia. There's, weather reports, and then you all go to the Piggly Wiggly and buy up all the bread and milk and stay in your house for 3 days. It's true. It's really what happens. Let's see. I'm gonna rewind real quick and speed through what I've missed. Oh, you've missed some doozies. Missed some doozies. We only have like an hour and a half left for today.
Back in session, you may be seated.
Your next witness, please, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth to call Mr. Timothy Nutal to the stand.
Oh, happy birthday, Tosh. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Yeah, no court tomorrow. And thank you for the super chat. Super chat.
Can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now and hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
You can stand or sit, whatever makes you more comfortable, sir.
And just bring that microphone down to you. Thank you.
How's that?
Okay. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Timothy Nutal. Last name is Nutal, N-U-T-T-A-L-L.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a firefighter paramedic with the town of Canton.
And how long have you been a firefighter paramedic in the town of Canton?
I believe 5 years and coming up on 6.
And prior to working in that capacity with the town of Canton, what, if any, other employment have you had within sort of the same field as far as being a paramedic?
To back up significantly, I got my EMT certification when I was still in high school through CMTI out of Weymouth. They're now owned by Brewster Ambulance. From there, I was employed by Cataldo Ambulance. I worked primarily in the city of Chelsea,
running BLS transfers and eventually 911 shifts in that city, in that area of the world, if you will. From there, I decided I liked it. I decided to enroll in paramedic school. I went to the same school I went for my BLS certification, back to CMTI. I obtained my paramedic right before I turned 21. I stayed in the same area, primarily in Chelsea, and eventually edged my way into Everett a little bit, and worked up there for about 7 years. During that time, I decided to be enroll into fire suppression side of things. So I was hired by the town of Scituate. I was put through the Mass Fire Academy out of Stowe, class 268 in Stowe, and worked for the Scituate Fire Department for about 18 months, and then transferred to the Canton Fire Department in November of 2019.
Just a couple questions about what you had just spoken about. So when you use the term sort of BLS, what does that mean?
So in EMS, there's two kind of branches. BLS is basic life support, which is EMT basic. Smaller skill set, if you will. Still running 911 emergencies, but that was kind of the stepping stone to see if you could do the job, if you like the job, and then you can advance on to ALS, advanced life support, which is the paramedic side of things. That's a broader skill set, many more medications, many more interventions that we can perform in the field. Obviously, I enjoyed the BLS side, so I advanced to the ALS side.
Now, as far as starting with becoming an EMT, what, if any, you mentioned you went to a CMTI school, but what type of education do you require prior to getting any sort of graduating or certification or something like that? What are the classes like?
So it kind of runs the gambit for emergency medicine. You start mostly with anatomy and physiology, the human body. Progresses down to how those illnesses can progress and the natures of illness. Once that's kind of understood, then we advance on to pharmacology and interventions, just basic interventions that you can do. And then the basic interventions are further progressed into more advanced interventions throughout the program. Once you complete your didactic portion, where all that is kind of in the books, you then progress to clinical time in hospital. I can't speak to the hours off the top of my head, I can't remember, but many hours in the hospital, and then you progress to your field ride time, where you're in the back of an ALS ambulance with a preceptor, performing those skills, being evaluated, and being watched to make sure you're not causing any harm or going down the wrong treatment pathways. From there, once you complete that, you sit your national paramedic written. I'm a nationally certified paramedic, so I had to sit that written, and then finally a practical examination. And once you pass all that, you're certified to be a paramedic.
And so with respect to both your training as far as becoming an EMT and then your training as far as becoming a paramedic, there's sort of a written portion and a practical portion as well, is that correct?
Correct.
Can you use the term in there as far as a preceptor? What exactly does that mean within your field?
So a preceptor is a senior paramedic who's been practicing for, it varies from place to place, but the standard is usually 3 to 5 years, who will watch you to make sure that you're not, like I said, drifting down the wrong path in terms of treatment, making sure that your care is adequate and not doing any harm. My preceptors that I was with, they were medics in the city of Brockton, so they had been around for a little while, and they were excellent at what they did, and they taught me quite a bit. I learned quite a bit in my ride time from them.
And in your role, post getting your certification in regard to those, have you acted as a preceptor for other sort of younger, less experienced?
Yeah, so I was a field training officer for the Cataldo for a brief stint right before I left the company. And I am currently a field training officer for the town of Canton.
And with respect to those certifications, is that sort of like a one-time blessing in perpetuity, or is there a continuing educational recertification process?
Right now for the town of Canton, that's a bidded position. I submitted an application writing, and I was selected. So I am currently on my group. I am our field training officer for my group, Group 2.
Okay, and my apologies, poor question on my part. I was asking sort of more in general. So beyond the sort of preceptor sort of faction of that, just in regard to, in general, being an EMT and a paramedic, as far as your certifications are concerned, is that something that you have to continue? Is there any sort of recertification process, and how often is that?
Oh, I apologize. Okay, yes. So every 2 years, we are required, both by the national component and the state component, to complete a certain amount of hours per year for your recertification. I actually just recently recertified in March. I can't speak to the exact number of hours, but there's a national component, state component, and a local component, and the trainings are quite in-depth.
Now, turning your attention to your work with the Canton Fire Department, how many fire stations are there within the town of Canton?
We have 2 fire stations.
Okay, and where are they located?
Station 1 is 99 Revere Street, and Station 2 is 7 Sassamon Street.
And when you're working with the Canton Fire Department, is there a typical kind of schedule or shift schedule that you're working on?
So my work schedule is I work 1 24-hour shift, 1 24-hour off, 1 24-hour shift on, and then 5 consecutive 24s off.
And as far as a 24-hour shift, what time to what time does that run with the Canton Fire?
For us, we report at 0800 to 0800.
So 8 a.m. to 8 a.m.?
Yes.
And within both of those station houses, how much sort of apparatus, or how many different sort of vehicles and apparatus do you have within each of those station houses?
For Station 1, 99 Revere Street, we have Car 5, staffed with a captain. We have Engine 3, staffed with 1 lieutenant, 2 firefighters, and Ambulance 1, who is staffed with 2 firefighters. We do have a PB waiver, so we will run paramedic basic on Ambulance 1. However, that is primarily a double medic ambulance. And for Station 2, it's a very similar setup. It is Engine 4 with 2 firefighters and a lieutenant, and Ambulance 2 with the same setup as Ambulance 1. Both those stations also have ladders that run out of them, Ladder 1 and Ladder 2 respectively. And the crews from Ambulance 1 or Ambulance 2 will cross-band those ladders as needed.
Now, with respect, if I could turn your attention to January 28th into January 29th, sort of Friday into a Saturday, do you recall 2022? Do you recall those days?
Yes.
Were you working one of those 2 days?
I was scheduled to work the morning of the 29th, I believe.
So you were scheduled to work essentially the morning, 8 a.m. on the 29th until 8 a.m. on the 30th? Correct. And prior to, or the 28th sort of going into the 29th, what, if anything, were you aware of as far as weather that had been forecasted or that was reportedly coming?
I was aware that there was a significant storm, supposedly. Well, there was a significant storm coming through. I woke up very early that morning just to check. I took a peek outside of my house. I live in the city of Brockton. I noticed that the conditions it was starting to snow a little bit. So I got up early and got ready for work and left earlier than I normally do.
And about what time, which station were you assigned to on that day?
I was at Station 1, 99 Revere Street, and I was on Ambulance 1 for the day.
And about what time did you arrive at Station 1?
Due to the inclement weather, I believe I arrived several hours early. I showed up to the station around 5:45, 5:50 that morning.
And around the time that you were driving from your home to Station 1 in Canton, what, if anything, did you note as far as sort of the driving conditions, visibility, anything like that?
The snow was starting to accumulate. The roads, I drove through several towns, but the roads were starting to be treated, but they weren't pristine. There was obviously a buildup of snow starting on my ride, which was part of the reason I left early, just either to relieve people if they needed to get out before the storm really hit, or just to help them with snow removal.
And to that point, when it comes to sort of snow removal at the fire station, what, if any, sort of duties and responsibilities do yourself and the other firefighters have to in relation to snow removal around the station?
So we're responsible around the station to keep what we refer to as the apron clear of snow. The apron is where we back our fire trucks into and out of the station. So we remove all that ourselves. We have a plow truck. However, we'll also shovel walkways and stuff for the public if they need to get in. So that was one of the primary. The crew was actually outside removing snow when I pulled in to the station that morning.
And it may be pretty self-explanatory, but as far as the apron itself, why is it so necessary that the apron remain clear as far as snow is concerned?
Just to maintain a path for the emergency apparatus to get in and out in a timely manner.
Now, beyond sort of the snow accumulation that you noted on your way to work that day, what, if anything else, did you note as far as the weather conditions, whether it be temperature, winds, anything to that effect?
They were approaching blizzard conditions. It was windy. It was still very early in the morning, so it was quite dark, and it was windy and snowy. So we were approaching blizzard conditions, like I said.
And when you arrived there, did a call come into your station sometime around or shortly after 6 o'clock in the morning on the 29th?
Yeah, I arrived, as I previously stated, around 5:50. I had put my gear, my firefighting structural gear, out with ambulance 1, just in the event that there was an emergency. And as I was doing that, the emergency tones went off for a medical.
Do you recall what was the report in regard to, what was the dispatch in regard to as far as the medical was concerned?
The overhead dispatch came in as a unresponsive male in a snowbank at 34 Fairview Road, outside. Unclear any further information. So when that came on, we had one of the paramedics that morning and one of the firefighters who was a relatively new firefighter. I made the decision to step onto the ambulance to provide an extra set of hands as one of the more senior paramedics in the station at the time.
And correct me if I'm wrong, when you step onto the ambulance, you're essentially still sort of getting your gear on and getting dressed, correct?
Correct. I was, as the tones were going off, and because I came in so early, I was still in civilian clothing. I had a Canton Fire t-shirt on. So I actually donned my turnout gear for that call.
And as far as the other individuals on that ambulance 1 that were going to that call as well, who were they?
So it was firefighter paramedic Anthony Flamati and firefighter EMT Matt Kelly.
And Mr. Kelly, he was sort of the less experienced one at that time, is that correct?
Correct.
So you get into the back of the ambulance and start going to the scene. Now, as far as other sort of vehicles or apparatus, who, if anyone, or what, if any, other sort of vehicles were dispatched on this call as well?
The initial dispatch was Canton Engine 3 and Canton Ambulance 1. Due to the severity of the call, depending on how it comes in, the shift commander, which is Car 5, he will usually respond to any significant incident. So he also added himself to the call, just as a senior officer with us. So the final dispatch, I believe, was Car 5, Engine 3, and Ambulance 1.
You know who was on Engine 3 and who was in Car 5?
Car 5 was Captain Robry. Engine 3 was Lieutenant Greg Woodbury, firefighter Frank Walsh, and firefighter Katie McLaughlin.
As far as the Ambulance 1 that you were in, obviously there's somebody driving and there's somebody in the front passenger seat, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so who was driving and who was in the front passenger seat?
I don't want to speak out of turn. I honestly can't tell you who was driving. I was in the back. I was in the back patient compartment of the ambulance, just because there's only 2 seats up front, so I hopped in the back.
Okay. And so when you're in the back of the ambulance and you're going to the call, what is it that you're doing in sort of preparation for arrival?
So as I previously stated, I came in early, so I was donning my turnout gear. I had my boots and structural firefighting pants on. So I finished putting those on, and I put the rest of my gear in the back. And as we were driving to the scene of the incident, I started prepping the gear that we were going to need off the initial dispatch, an unresponsive male in the snow. So I grabbed our first in bag, which has miscellaneous medical supplies, some IV supplies, and interosseous drill kit. The airway bag, which has just a bottle of oxygen, and then quite a bit of airway management supplies and our cardiac monitor. So I had all of those prepped out and ready to go. So as soon as the ambulance was in park, we could step right out, ascertain what we had, and go from there. So when the ambulance arrived on scene, I had all 3 of those bags on my person, and we were able to, the entire ambulance crew was able to step out and provide patient care.
And as far as, if you know, approximately how much time elapsed between the time that you hear sort of the sound go off and you get in the ambulance to the time that you arrive on scene on Fairview?
I couldn't give you an accurate estimation of the time. Like I said, I was in the back. I was trying to prep everything and get myself kind of prepped just in terms of appropriate attire. So I couldn't give you a fair estimate.
And as far as when you arrive on scene, you step out of the back of the ambulance, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And as far as the weather conditions where you were on Fairview, what, if any, difference was there between the weather conditions there versus the weather conditions when you were arriving at the station?
I remember, as I previously stated, I remember it was still very dark. The sun was not up yet. I remember the wind. It was quite windy that morning. The wind had, in my opinion, had seemed to have picked up since my drive in, and the snow was increased.
And so when you step out of the ambulance, can you describe for the jury sort of where you go and sort of what is it that you first see when you get out there?
So I stepped out of the ambulance and came around with all 3 bags. I could hear commotion. I could hear some screaming off in the distance. I couldn't really tell you where it was coming from because it was still quite dark. Came around the passenger side of the ambulance, walked in front of the ambulance, and there was a small huddle of 3 individuals and what appeared to be a human form laying in the snow. So we made our way over to that and went from there.
And when you come around the passenger side of the ambulance and you observe that and start to, are you sort of turning left or right, or how are you heading when you come around the ambulance?
I came out of the ambulance on the passenger side and I took a left.
And you make your way over to the patient on the ground, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And as far as the other people that you observed around the patient, how would you, or what, if any, description do you have of those people?
There were 3 individuals. I believe they were all 3 of them were female. My primary focus was the individual in the snow on the ground. I went right to him. I kind of bypassed everybody from there and went directly to that individual.
Okay. Is that sort of typically how you approach a scene, is just sort of tunnel vision right for the patient?
Typically on a call like that, where if somebody's unresponsive on the ground, you typically go directly to the patient and ascertain if they are breathing and if they have signs of life, because that is a time-sensitive matter.
And as far as the individual, not then, but at some point subsequent, did you learn the identity of the person on the ground?
It did. It was Officer O'Keefe, John O'Keefe.
And how was Officer Mr. O'Keefe's body positioned in relation to the ground when you first approached?
So I found him supine, laying in the snow. Immediately went to him and checked him for signs of life. We found none. We found no breathing, no pulse. So we immediately began performing high quality CPR. I was at the head of the individual, so I immediately grabbed out of our airway bag a bag valve mask and began ventilating the patient, trying to get some oxygen into him while the others on scene, like I said, began high quality CPR.
And again, maybe pretty well understood, but when you use the term supine, what exactly do you mean?
He was laying on his back.
Laying on his back, his head sort of facing up, is that correct?
Correct.
And when you are responding to a call of this nature, there's you and there's other individuals on the ambulance as well, correct?
Correct.
And is there a certain division as far as treatment and diagnosis and things of that nature are concerned between you and the other people on the ambulance?
So typically, just to use the scenario of a cardiac arrest with 2 paramedics, it's generally split into the airway individual, or the airway monitor, and the, lack of a better term, code monitor. The airway individual will be responsible for ventilation and eventually advanced airway placement. The other part of that equation will monitor cardiac status, cardiac activity. They will deliver medications and a route for those medications, and they will work together to monitor that patient throughout. As I said, I was on the head. I just happened to fall at the head, so I took the ventilation portion of that.
And you use the term as far as a bag valve mask, is that correct? And can you explain to the jury sort of what that is?
All that is it's, for lack of a better term, it's basically a glorified balloon with a mask on it. When you squeeze that bag, that forces air into the airway, so you can ventilate an individual who is no longer breathing on their own.
And as far as, obviously, with your work with the fire department, there are sort of records or reports that are written in regard to treatment of different individuals on any given call, correct?
Correct.
And is there an acronym that's used within those reports as far as bag valve mask?
BVM.
BVM. And turning back to sort of when you initially approach where Mr. O'Keefe is, if you know about how far away from, where is he in relation to, well, let me back up to okay? So you arrive at this residence at 34 Fairview Road, correct? Yep. Okay. So if I'm standing on the street and I'm facing Fairview Road, is Mr. O'Keefe's body to the left, to the right, center, or something else?
I would say to the left of center.
And what, if anything, did you sort of note or observe sort of in the general area as far as where Mr. O'Keefe was?
In terms of when I got to him?
Yes.
So when I first got to him, we checked for signs of life, and I was, as stated, at the head. There was a small pool of blood that seemed to be underneath him. It was hard to ascertain, again, because of the conditions. It was still very dark. It was snowing. And it was quite windy, so we were able to check the area as best we could with our handheld lights. But that was one of the things that I noted. There was a pool of blood.
Now, where Mr. O'Keefe's body was in relation to the roadway, if you know, how far away, where was it in relation to the roadway?
I estimated it about where the sidewalk met the front lawn of that residence. That would be my best estimation.
Do you have any estimate as far as footage or anything like that?
I would say about 6-8 feet, perhaps.
That's approximately 6 to 8 feet from the curb?
Correct.
Okay, so we've heard 8 feet.
So you indicated that, sort of, what are the first things that you're checking as far as when you first arrive at a patient for this kind of thing?
I'm sorry, could you repeat?
That's okay, that's okay. It's my fault. So as far as when you, let me back you up for just 1 second. You use the term in there as far as a cardiac arrest, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean based on your training and experience?
So cardiac arrest is the cessation of a stable cardiac rhythm in terms of life. Typically, it's either asystole, pulseless electrical activity, or VFib or VTAC. Typically, you ascertain that by there's no pulse. You check any of the pulses, be it a femoral pulse, a carotid pulse, or a radial pulse, you will find nothing. And when that is found, you go to life-saving measures, which is CPR.
And just in reference to one other term you used in there as far as asystole, if you could explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean based on your training experience.
Asystole, to put it as clear as I can, is a flat line. There's no electrical activity in the heart.
And so you're working sort of at the head of Mr. O'Keefe, is that correct?
Correct.
And sort of while he's still on the ground, and what is it that you're specifically sort of doing in reference to your treatment at that point?
So I was, as we talked about earlier, I had a BVM, bag valve mask, and I had Mr. O'Keefe I was ventilating him. So I had the mask on his face, and I was giving him positive pressure breaths with that BVM.
And as you're doing that, what, if anything else, did you observe beyond sort of the blood pooling you've already talked about, as far as any tactile observations you made of Mr. O'Keefe, any visual observations you made of Mr. O'Keefe at that point outside of the ambulance?
He was dressed for the weather. He had several layers on. Other than that, our primary focus was kind of getting him extricated and out of the elements, just because it was, as stated, conditions were suboptimal, and we wanted to get him into an environment with better lighting and some heat, so we could further assess if he had any injuries and go from there.
And so the other firefighters, paramedics, excuse me, that are on the ambulance with you, while you're doing sort of the back valve mask at his head, what, if anything, are they doing?
I believe the other firefighters that were dispatched, they were getting extrication equipment. I believe we put this individual on what we refer to as a scoop stretcher, which is basically a long plastic stretcher that we can roll an individual onto and then just pick him up, just for our safety and the safety of the patient. It's just really just a long board that we can pick up and then put onto our ambulance stretcher. So somebody was grabbing the scoop stretcher, somebody else was grabbing the ambulance stretcher, and I believe that was the coordinated effort on their part.
And I apologize for keep going back and forth, but if I could take you back just one moment before that. So when you first sort of arrived to Mr. O'Keefe, you mentioned that there were 3 females sort of huddled around. Is that correct?
Correct.
What, if anything, did you observe any of those females doing with respect to Mr. O'Keefe when you first got there?
That group seemed to be agitated. There was it was a scene of heightened emotions. As I stated, when I stepped out of the ambulance, I could hear screaming, I could hear people yelling, and it seemed just to be, that group was just quite agitated.
Now, at some point you are able to get him on the scoop stretcher and then over to the ambulance, correct?
Correct.
And when you get to the ambulance, what, if anything, did you note as far as what, if any, difference was there in the lighting in the back of the ambulance versus on the front lawn?
Lighting was significantly better. All of our ambulances have fluorescent lighting in the ceiling of the ambulance, so those were on, and we were able to see that there was some more injuries once we were able to get him out of his winter clothing.
And so, to that point, when you sort of first get into the back of the ambulance, what is sort of the protocol? What is it that each of you are sort of doing with respect to patient care at that point?
So the biggest priority is continuous high-quality CPR, and that is the biggest thing with any cardiac arrest, is uninterruption of compressions. So when we got him into the back of the ambulance, we continued CPR throughout. So while multiple people were performing CPR and eventually a mechanical CPR device was applied, those compressions were uninterrupted, and others were removing clothing, I honestly couldn't tell you the number of articles of clothing, but I believe a winter jacket and a sweatshirt were removed, and then eventually he was, all the clothing was removed, and that's protocol for any cardiac arrest or any traumatic injury. Is usually all clothing is removed so we can have unfettered access to the individual to see if there are any other injuries.
And why is that the protocol, sir?
There is, you mentioned earlier, sir, that there is tunnel vision. The absence of clothing kind of helps to remove that, so you can see everything. You can assess everything. And
you mentioned sort of a mechanical means of CPR. Is there a specific device that's used for that?
Yes, we use a Lucas device manufactured by Stryker, and for lack of a better term, it's basically just a plunger that does CPR. It frees up a set of hands for us, and that can provide CPR uninterrupted as long as the batteries last.
Now, at the time that you get him into Mr. O'Keefe into the back of the ambulance and you removing some of the clothing, what, if anything, did you note at that time or at any subsequent time in regard to footwear?
To be candid, I wasn't really looking at the footwear. I believe it was brought to my attention when we eventually transferred patient care at Good Samaritan Medical Center that the individual was missing a shoe. However, that wasn't my primary focus at the time.
And the items of clothing that were removed from within the ambulance, eventually when you transfer that patient care to the hospital, what, if anything, happens with that?
In terms of the chain of custody of the clothing, that is typically brought in either with the individual or after, and that is usually deposited on the floor of the room where that patient is, and then the hospital takes custody of it. Occasionally we'll put it in bags. However, I could not speak to where that clothing went on this case.
But fair to say whatever clothing was taken off in the ambulance left the ambulance at some point?
Correct.
Okay, and went to the hospital, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, when you have Mr. O'Keefe in the back of the ambulance and the lighting is better, what, if anything, did you observe following sort of the removal of the clothing as far as what, if any, injuries did you observe to Mr. O'Keefe in that sense?
He was noted to have, and I was right at the head, he was noted to have a hematoma on the right side of his face, just above his eye on his forehead. And there was some scratches on the right arm, the upper arm.
And you used the term as far as a hematoma. Could you explain what you understand that term to me?
Lack of a better term is just an egg. He had a pretty good egg on his head.
And as far as anything beyond that, did you observe anything or note anything beyond the egg on the head and the scratches on the right arm?
As we got further down our treatment modality, we went to place an advanced airway. It was noted to have some blood, some mucus, and some bile in the back of his airway that was then suctioned out before we placed our endotracheal tube.
And what is an endotracheal tube?
So an endotracheal tube is basically, it's just a plastic tube that is passed through the mouth into the trachea through the vocal cords. It's a definitive airway, if you will. It isolates the trachea so you can better ventilate your patient, and you don't have to worry about any air getting into the stomach, any gastric insufflation. And that is the gold standard for cardiac arrest, is a properly placed endotracheal tube.
You mentioned there were some substances that were suctioned from his airway, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and what were they again, I'm sorry?
I believe it was blood, bile, and mucus.
And do you have any idea how much of that was suctioned?
I couldn't give you an exact number, but it was enough that we needed to set up a suction system to remove it before we intubated.
And just turning briefly again to the arm, these were injuries that you observed on his right arm, is that correct?
Correct.
What, if any, injuries did you observe on his left arm?
I don't believe I saw any, to my knowledge.
And as far as your memory, as far as his right arm, how far did it sort of extend and where was it located? Sort of upper arm, lower arm, both, or where was it?
I believe it was just below his shoulder. They ran, I would say, probably 3 or 4 inches from, I would say, about the shoulder right down to maybe 2 inches above the elbow.
And as far as Mr. O'Keefe's nose, what, if any, observations did you make of that?
Initially, it was noted to be very cold. The individual was cold all around to the touch, but his nose was also quite cold, quite white, just because he had been in the elements for a little while. There appeared to be a little bit of blood on his nose as well.
And through your training experience, are you familiar with a term or a device known as an OPA?
Correct, yes.
Can you explain to the jury sort of what OPA stands for and what is that device and what does it do?
So an OPA or oral pharyngeal airway is basically a small plastic device that is curved, and when inserted into the mouth, all it does is it prevents the tongue from falling backwards into the airway and occluding the airway. It's relatively simple, but it's very effective in keeping an airway open.
Just turning back for one moment to the injuries that you observed on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, were those injuries that were actively bleeding at the time that you observed them?
No.
What, if anything, did you observe as to that in reference to those injuries on?
What, if anything?
Those injuries seem to have been congealed. In my opinion, it looked like they had been cold, which could have aided in the clotting of those injuries. But when we observed them, they were not bleeding.
And you mentioned a little bit about Mr. O'Keefe's nose. What, if any, observations did you make as far as any sort of digits, whether they be his hand, his feet, or something else?
So all of his digits on the upper extremities were noted to. They were very cold. They were immobile. They were very stiff. I'm presuming due to the exposure, because when we got him onto the ambulance, when we were removing clothing, it was noted that all of his digits were very stiff. They were immobile, and it caused a little bit of problems just trying to get clothing off of him, just because they were so stiff.
And taking you back outside of the ambulance just for a moment, when you're sort of initially there and you're doing your assessment, and the 3 females are in your general area, correct?
Correct.
And at some point, can you or any of the other paramedics or EMTs on scene ask them any questions about what had happened or anything like that?
So as I was ventilating at the head, there was a small delay in just getting equipment, nothing significant, just enough time that as I was ventilating, I was able to ask, did anybody see anything? What happened? And there was one individual that replied several times, I hit him.
And did you know that individual at that time?
I did not.
Can you describe the individual that said that?
I would describe her as mid-40s, average build, average height, and the other 2 very similar.
And with reference to that statement of I hit him, is that something that she said once or more than once or something?
It was several times.
And as far as the tone or demeanor, how loudly was this being said?
As previously stated, they seemed to be erratic. There was a lot going on in that scene. It did seem to be said over and over and at varying volumes. And then there was just a lot of, everybody appeared to be quite flustered.
And the individual, one of the 3 females that said that, what, if any, observations did you make as to her face?
What, if any?
The individual that said, I hit him, appeared to have some blood on her face, presumably for attempting CPR prior to our arrival.
And you say presumably attempting CPR. When you first arrived at Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything, did you observe any of the females doing with reference to Mr. O'Keefe?
Mr. O'Keefe was not being touched by any individual when I first got to him. That whole group was kind of pacing around, lack of a better term, kind of running around in circles. But Mr. O'Keefe was not being, there was no interventions being done to Mr. O'Keefe when I got to him.
And to be clear, sort of when you're in the back, fast forwarding now to sort of in the back of the ambulance, you're, again, sort of focused on the respiratory in the head, correct?
Correct.
And who, if anyone else from your department, is in the back of the ambulance, and what, if anything, are they doing at that?
So at that point, I had myself and Nat Kelly, EMT Kelly. He was kind of with me for the head. One of the, for lack of a better term, easier operations of a cardiac arrest is ventilation. So Matt Kelly was assisting me with ventilations, is just squeezing the BVM to provide ventilation. The lead paramedic for the cardiac arrest was Anthony Flamati. He was running everything else. He was running the application of the cardiac monitor. He was monitoring the status of medications being administered. He was assisted with that by Katie McLaughlin, Lieutenant Woodbury, and Firefighter Walsh.
And at some point, Firefighter Flamati, at this point that you're in the back of the ambulance, you don't have any sort of demographic information in regard to your patient, correct?
Correct.
So what, if anything, did Firefighter Flamati ask anybody else to do in regard to obtain?
I believe he asked Firefighter McLaughlin to exit the ambulance and gather some information from the bystanders in terms of name, date of birth, any significant medical history or medications, just so we could further treat the patient.
And to the best of your knowledge, Firefighter McLaughlin leaves the ambulance to do that, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. But you weren't present for any of that, correct?
No.
So there's some period of time in the back of the ambulance and then the transport to Good Samaritan happens, is that correct?
Correct.
You recall where different people from your department were in relation to that transport to the hospital?
So the transport in the back in the patient compartment was myself, Firefighter Kelly, and Firefighter Flamati, with Firefighter McLaughlin driving ambulance 1.
Can I have just one moment? Yeah?
Yes.
Okay, there's one, the other one who
When it comes to the report
heard
that,
was the
that you were
Katie
testifying
McLaughlin.
about before, there was a report generated in regard to this, is that correct?
Correct.
And who has the sort of duty and responsibility of compiling that?
That would have been Anthony Flamati.
And have you seen Firefighter Flamati's report in relation to this incident?
I have.
May I approach the witness, John?
Yes.
Lucy's a useless dog. Katie McLaughlin is the other one that in reports. Katie McLaughlin is the only one in the police report that heard it. So this is the first time we're hearing it from this one.
So, Sean, you were document actually just do that for a moment, look up when you finish.
All right.
Yeah, Katie McLaughlin is friends with Brian and Nicole Albert's daughter.
Do you recognize that, sir?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to?
This is what I believe to be the NFIRS report written by Captain Robery and the patient care report written by Firefighter Flamati.
Thank you, sir. May I approach, John?
Yes.
I'm up and seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit, I believe, 160.
It's already pre-marked, or you're moving to introduce it now? Is there an objection?
You may have just one yard.
Okay.
Pre-marked. God, I love that accent. Look at them big old books of exhibits.
No objection.
Patient care report.
All right, that will be marked, Madam Court Reporter, please.
Marked.
And
Thank you very much.
Doctor, if I could ask for the lights in the little. Ms. Gilman, if I could have what's been previously marked as exhibit number 9. Mr. Nutal, just directing your attention up to the screen there and what's been previously marked as exhibit number 9. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
I do.
What do you recognize that?
I believe that's B34 Fairview Road.
Is that a relatively fair and accurate portrayal of what it looked like around the time that you arrived there, absent sort of lighting conditions and things of that nature?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 18. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right.
And Mr. Nutal, if I could ask you, using that laser pointer before you, well, first let me ask you, recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 18?
Yeah. Again, 34 Fairview Road.
And the area where you first observed Mr. O'Keefe supine on the lawn and the three females around him, do you see that area in this photograph?
I do.
And if you could, using that laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention to where in this photograph you see that area.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I would say right around this general area, right about here.
And lastly, Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 14. And again, sir, do you recognize what's up on the screen as exhibit number 14?
I do.
And when do you recognize that?
That I believe to be is where we found Mr. O'Keefe.
And as far as the pooling of the blood that you observed around Mr. O'Keefe's head, can you observe that area within this photograph as well?
Yes.
If you could, again, using that laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention to where in this photograph you observed that.
They were right around in this general area. From there.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Officer, we can have the lights back up. Your Honor, may I approach just to retrieve that?
Yes.
It's crazy that there's not any better photographs. They didn't take any pictures.
I have no further questions for this witness at this time, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, here we go. Let's see what defense has to say.
Good afternoon, Firefighter Nutal.
Sir, how are you?
You were coming up, I want to make sure I get the timing right. You were coming off of nearly a 24-hour shift when you got the call?
No, sir. I was reporting for duty that morning.
Just starting the shift when you got the call? Understood. I want to ask one quick question that you mentioned just a couple of seconds ago under questioning by Mr. Lally. With regard to the clothing, the normal protocol for clothing that's removed from a patient.
Yes.
You said it's oftentimes just sort of discarded onto the floor.
In terms of in the ambulance or at the hospital?
Either one.
Yes.
Okay. Both?
So typically, when we remove clothing in the back of the ambulance, it's generally done with trauma shears. So we will expose and then kind of fold over. That clothing is then usually left in place. We'll do a quick roll just to check the back of the patient, and then he's usually rolled back if there's nothing found, and it's typically left there. In terms of like big puffy jackets, if you cut a puffy jacket, it just makes quite the mess. So, yeah, exactly. It's a disaster. So typically those bigger jackets are just removed, and that is when we removed that type of article of clothing, that's when we noticed that his hands were quite rigid.
So that's what happened in this case.
Correct.
You removed the big heavy jacket, discarded it, got it away from the body so you could better assess the injuries.
Correct.
And it was only then, after you removed this big heavy winter coat, that you could assess that his hands were stiff and cold.
We noted the hands, but it came more into light, if you will, when we removed that coat.
Got it. And you have as good a memory about that as you do the rest of the scene that morning.
In terms of removing the article of clothing?
Correct.
I did not remove any article of clothing. I was ventilating.
But you remember him having a big jacket on?
Correct.
Okay. And you remember that as well as you remember the other specifics of the incident?
Yes.
Okay. When responding to a scene, I want to dovetail on the same subject, but just come at it in a little bit different way if you indulge me. When responding to a scene, one of your jobs has to be to sort of immediately take note of and assess the situation of the patient that you're dealing with, correct? A motorcycle accident is going to be very different than a drowning.
Exactly.
Someone, in this case, exposed in a snowbank, you're going to deal with or assess and note the weather, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
You're also going to note and assess the condition of the patient.
Correct.
As it pertains to the weather.
Yes.
So someone, for instance, that's in a snowbank naked, no clothes on at all, is going to be a little bit different assessment than someone who's completely dressed for winter, correct?
The initial assessment with every patient is going to be automatically circulation, airway, breathing.
Understood.
We approached this individual the exact same way. Is automatically went directly to cardiac. Make sure.
I guess what I'm asking is your attention is focused on some of those details for sure.
Correct.
All right. And that's how you remember that big heavy coat that he was wearing, correct?
I remember he was appropriately dressed. Correct.
Okay. As a matter of fact, you testified to that in the grand jury that, quote unquote, he had a heavy coat on.
Yes.
Consistent with how you're testifying today. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. Your Honor, I'd like to mark 2 photographs as next in order. Have not yet been marked. I believe it would be 160.
It doesn't matter so much the number, but why don't you just show the prosecutor the photos?
161 and 162 in order. May I approach?
Yes.
Look at those.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to ask you, first of all, whether or not you recognize what's depicted in those photos.
Honestly, sir, I couldn't recall the exact, but yeah.
You do recognize them?
Yes.
Does that appear to be what John O'Keefe was wearing when you found him?
I don't recall, sir, to be perfectly honest.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Do you recall this being part of, let me ask it a different way. Do you remember somebody cutting this off of John O'Keefe at the time?
I remember the clothing being removed.
Okay, but you don't remember this clothing?
I could say that he had clothing removed, but I couldn't tell you exactly what it was.
And you've just looked at these. This, what I'm holding in my hand, appears to be the front and back of a thing.
So don't hold it up to him from that distance where he said he doesn't recognize it. You can put it back in front of him. Don't hold it up for the jury, please.
May I?
Yes.
That appeared to be a thin cotton hoodie.
Yeah, that appears to be a thinner layer of clothing.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Not a heavy coat. Is that fair?
Fair.
Not a winter jacket.
Fair.
He just had to go through all of this to show that that memory was wrong. Because he said he...
Is it fair to say you had a lot on your mind when you were out at that scene, correct?
In terms of just the cut.
Saving a man's life.
Correct.
That's your credentials are impressive. You were there focused on one thing, and that is trying to make sure that a man did not die.
Correct.
Would you agree that that was your primary concern and your primary focus the entire time you were at the scene?
Correct.
You weren't necessarily worried about what other individuals were doing, correct?
No.
If I asked you right now off the top of your head, tell me exactly the number of law enforcement officers that were there at the scene, probably couldn't tell me, could you?
No.
If I asked you whether or not you remember every single civilian that was at the scene, probably couldn't tell me, correct?
Outside of the 3?
Outside of the 3?
Correct.
Any other civilians?
Not that I noted.
Okay. Matter of fact, you can't even identify the 3 civilians other than generally middle-aged, 40s, Caucasian, female.
Correct.
You said all 3 of them sort of looked alike, right?
Without the only defining feature on one of the individuals was one of the individuals did have blood on their face.
So some of the specifics of that scene you didn't pay special note to, correct?
No, we were focused on patient care.
Is it fair to say that, specifically as it pertains to what the victim was wearing, your memory might be a little faulty where that's concerned?
Sure.
Okay. I mean, nothing wrong with that. You were focused on something completely different.
Correct.
You did notice certain injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's person, correct?
Correct.
And you indicated on direct examination that once you got him into the back of the ambulance, you, as you put it, you had a quote unquote much better picture of what you were dealing with. Is that right?
Correct.
You testified at the grand jury that you noted that once he was in the back of the ambulance, under better lighting, you were able to tell that he had trauma to the right side of his head.
Correct.
Is that right?
Yes.
Are you talking about the major trauma that he suffered to the back of his head, or the egg that you earlier described?
I was more just because it was directly in front of me. It was on the front side of his head.
Okay. So it wasn't the right side of his head. If you said right side of your head, you might point above your ear, right?
Correct,
That's not
yes.
where you're talking about.
I was, and if, to use my person, I would say right here. So more towards the right, above his right eye.
Right of center, but still on the front of his head.
Correct.
And you did not make any note of another injury on the back of his head?
No.
You talked about the injuries to the right side of his arm, correct?
Correct.
You noted that those injuries appeared to be scratches.
Yes.
That's your word, not mine, right?
Correct.
You didn't say that those were blunt force trauma.
No.
You didn't say that they were abrasions.
Scratches and abrasions, in my point of view, seem to go hand in hand.
But the word that you used was scratches.
Yes, they were like furrows down.
Say that again?
Furrows, if you will, for lack of a better term. Just.
I don't understand that word.
So if you remove something,
Yes.
like you create a furrow in the skin, is that?
Furrows.
Yes, there you go. Sorry, excuse my accent.
Oh, no. I'm on your turf.
Fair enough.
It's my accent. I'm so sorry. Boy, that one. It's going to be a meme somewhere.
Hey, my cousin Vinny.
Yeah, got it. All right. So when you said furrows, you made your hand in almost like a claw and drug it against your right biceps.
Objection.
Sustained.
Can you repeat the movement that you did for the jurors when you said furrows?
Objection.
Sustained. Just move on to the next question, please.
You would agree that a very common cause of a hematoma over one's eye is being hit or punched.
Correct.
Is that right?
Yes.
You said that
Jackson
Mr.
is
O'Keefe
sharp.
did have such a hematoma over his right eye, correct?
Yes.
Did you also see a laceration under the eyebrow but above the lid on his right eye?
I don't recall.
Did you see a laceration on Mr. O'Keefe's nose?
I don't recall.
You did note that there was some blood on his nose, correct?
Correct.
Is that possible that came from a small laceration?
Yes.
In your experience, well, let me ask another question. Did it look like he had, in addition to the egg on the right side of his head, in the front, did it also have a black eye on the left side?
If memory serves correct, yes.
So both eyes were blackened?
Primarily the right side, if memory serves.
Okay. And the laceration toward the right side?
Yes.
Of the right eye. Are those injuries that you just described consistent or inconsistent with some sort of physical altercation?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Next question, please.
Did it appear
How
to
is
you,
that sustained?
just
Isn't
from
that-
your initial assessment, given your experience, training, and background, that those injuries looked like he had been in a fight?
Objection.
I'll see counsel at sidebar, please.
Why can he not answer that, given his experience and all that? Why is that? I don't get it. Why is that not allowed? I mean, he's literally, like, he gave all of his impressive credentials. So, she does not want the attorneys to say, where did it go? What the she doesn't want any speaking objections. They're not allowed to say what the objection is for. Out loud. I'm really confused why he can't answer that. Like, he just gave the first however many minutes of his testimony, like the first 9 minutes of his testimony was all of his training and experience. So how is he not allowed to answer a medical question? He asked if, Jackson asked him if some of the damage done to him was consistent with being in a physical altercation based on his experience and knowledge.
Thank you.
Sir.
Just a little break. In your experience as obviously a training firefighter, tell me the word again that you used.
Field training officer or preceptor.
Thank you. As a field training officer, have you seen in your experience the product or the injuries that can be produced from fistfights? Yes. Okay. Injuries to the face?
Yes.
Injuries to the mouth? Yes. Injuries to the nose?
Yes.
To the ears?
Yep.
To the eyes? Defensive wounds on the hands?
Yes.
Did you note we've already talked about, and I don't want to go over all this again, you've already noted what the injuries to the face were that you saw Mr. O'Keefe having suffered.
Yes.
Were those consistent or inconsistent with a physical altercation?
I couldn't say.
Were they consistent or inconsistent with being in a fight?
I couldn't say.
Was that egg over his right eye consistent or inconsistent with him having been punched or hit?
I couldn't say.
I thought you said that one of the common causes of an egg like that, a hematoma, as you put it, over someone's eye, is being hit or punched.
There's quite a few reasons that somebody could get an egg, such as that, over their head. I mean, you could get hit with a golf ball.
Of course.
For instance.
I'm not asking you to the exclusion of everything else. Yeah. I'm asking you, is it consistent?
It's consistent. It could be.
Okay. And the other injuries as well?
Correct.
Okay. Did you see bruising to the back of one or both of his hands?
His hands were, as stated, they were very cold and very white. They were not well perfused. And when you don't have adequate perfusion, swelling and smaller injuries don't typically present themselves, if you will.
So you may not have seen that?
Correct.
The bruising may have been there.
It might have been there. It just wasn't observable just due to the condition of his hands.
Just may have overlooked it?
Yes.
Okay. You indicated that you were not present when your colleague, Katie McLaughlin, was questioning anybody at the scene, correct?
Correct.
She's tasked with that responsibility, but you did not engage with her.
Correct.
Meaning, when I say engage with her, you weren't standing there with her.
No, I was in the back of the ambulance.
Okay. You claim to have heard this statement, I hit him,
yes,
several times from the woman with the blood on her face.
Correct.
You indicated that she was erratic.
Correct.
Hysterical.
Correct.
You said, for lack of a better term, running around in circles.
Yes.
She seemed despondent or distraught.
Very distraught.
Very upset.
Yes.
Was she saying anything else that you recall?
To me, I heard I hit him, and then I went back, obviously continuing on patient care, focusing on patient care.
Did you hear her say, could I have hit him?
I heard I hit him.
That's what you believe at this point?
That's what I heard.
Okay. Where exactly were you?
I was crouched at the head of Mr. O'Keefe.
Okay. You were asked that exact question at the grand jury, correct? To describe where you were and who was doing what?
To my knowledge, yes.
Okay. You were asked a question when you spoke to her and she said, I hit him, were you with the other representatives, sir, there at the time? Were there other people around you? You remember being asked that question by a grand juror?
I don't recall.
Do you remember answering, no, there were other people around me. I had paramedics Flamati with me. I believe firefighter Kelly was there as well.
Correct. So the three of us were all providing patient care around Mr. O'Keefe.
And you indicated that we were all there together. You were kneeling and you were doing the airway while you called him Tony.
Yes, that's Anthony Tony. Yes.
All right. He was doing the CPR, correct?
Correct.
And it's absolutely clear in your mind that when that statement was made, you were knelt down over Mr. O'Keefe. Flamati was doing CPR. Kelly was with you guys, and you posed the question to her, do you know him? Correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I want to make sure I understand this. You said, as you're knelt down, do you know him, directly to the female, and she answered your question with, I hit him, I hit him.
Yes.
But that's not what you told Trooper Proctor in a February 8th interview. Is it?
I don't recall what I told Trooper Proctor.
Let's start at the beginning. Do you remember having a conversation with Trooper Proctor on February 8th?
I do.
That was obviously much closer in time than your grand jury testimony, correct?
Correct.
And years closer in time than your testimony now.
Correct.
She's snoring.
Do you recall on February 8th telling Trooper Proctor that while you were rendering aid, you heard Karen say, I hit him, to another female on the scene?
To another female, as I stated, I heard several times I hit him. In terms of who that was directed towards, I mean, again, focused on patient care.
Understood. My question was a little bit different. Do you recall telling Trooper Proctor specifically that while you were rendering aid, you heard Karen say, I hit him, to another female on the scene, and the other female told Karen to be quiet?
I do recall that.
Okay. That's not what you testified to today, though.
Okay.
Matter of fact, that story has changed to you posed a question and she answered your question. Correct?
Correct.
So which is it?
So, when ventilating a patient, typically, that is also used to gather information from bystanders, because as I'm ventilating, I can real quick look around. Do you know this individual? Do you know anything about this individual? That's fairly typical for any scenario in this. It's a very quick information gathering strategy.
But you'll agree that your testimony today has changed from what it was from your statement to Trooper Proctor on February 8th.
I don't know if it would so much say change, sir. To be honest, I don't fully recall that meeting with Mr. Proctor.
You don't, I'm sorry.
I remember meeting with him. However, I don't fully remember what was discussed.
So it's fair to say that your memory is a little bit faulty as it pertains to that time frame.
Absolutely.
Okay.
That's all he's getting at, is like that there can be faulty memories, not that he's lying. I think, anyway. That's how I'm taking this. Lucy will be 5 on June 3rd.
When you went to the hospital with the patient, did you ever inform any of the doctors or nurses or medical professionals at the hospital that you had heard a female claim to have hit John O'Keefe, and that's the reason for his injuries?
I did not give the report to the hospital.
So the answer to that is no,
No.
you did not. As a first responder and a medical professional yourself, obviously you know that the cause and manner of the victim's injuries are incredibly important as it pertains to assessing how to treat that patient.
Correct.
Once you got back to the station and to take a breath, did you write any report?
I did not. No, I did not write the patient care report.
So you didn't write a report, just to finish my question, you didn't write a report that said, by the way, while I was out at the scene, I heard a female say, I hit him, and that's the cause and manner of the injuries.
Not to my knowledge.
Well, you would know if you wrote a report that said that.
Correct.
And you did not.
I did not write the patient care report.
That day or any day subsequent thereto, did you contact the Canton Police Department, which were the first responders?
I did not.
So let me finish my question. And say, by the way, just so you know, I heard this woman say I hit him out at the scene.
I did not.
Did you ever, on that day or any day subsequent thereto, contact the Massachusetts State Police and say, I heard this person say, I hit him?
I did not.
So the first time you ever repeated that statement was on February 8th with Trooper Proctor?
Correct.
And by the time we've come full circle to today, that statement has now pivoted.
In terms?
You didn't you didn't overhear the person say it to a female. Now, she's talking directly to you now.
She spoke directly to me, yes.
Have you, just one last point, you've obviously noted that this case has gotten an enormous amount of notoriety, correct?
Correct.
How many times would you say that you've discussed this case and this incident with your fellow firefighters?
It's brought up around the station semi-frequently. However, being involved in it, we try to stay clear of it just because we are involved in it.
So the answer is, there have been many discussions.
Yes.
Probably daily.
Frequently.
Have any of those discussions helped you with what you earlier described as a little bit of a faulty memory around that time frame?
Objection, Your Honor.
He can have that. Have they?
Repeat the question for me, sir.
Sure. Have any of those discussions helped you with what you earlier described as a little bit of a faulty memory?
The memories that I have and the ones that I'm bringing up, I don't believe that they've changed. You know, I've played them over in my head to the best of my ability, and I don't believe my story is swayed. If they've been enunciated incorrectly on my part, that it wasn't intentional.
Understood.
Yeah.
And nobody's casting aspersions.
Yeah.
Memory's a funny thing. So your memory is as good about that as it is about that winter coat.
Yes, sir.
Thanks. That's all I have.
Mr. Lally?
Real quick before we have to listen to Lally, I think that that's a very important distinction because he's not saying, oh, you're in on this conspiracy and you're, you know, doing this and this and this. He's merely pointing out that as many conversations as you have about something, it's kind of like, you know, the fish story, you know, like when you go fishing and you catch a fish that's this big, and by the time you sit around with your buddies and talk about it, you know, like every time, you know, every weekend or whatever, then, you know, the stories grow and change and alter, you know, it like, so that is a psychological phenomenon. It happens. We all know it happens. It's proven it happens. So it's not him saying like, oh, you're in on this and you did this and this and this, but memory is a faulty thing, especially when you are having discussions with other people's inputs. Other people's input into a situation and what has been said and what has been done over the course of years can 100% alter your memory, and it can create false memories. It is a psychological fact. It is proven. It happens. So it's not about, I think he's a very credible witness. I just think that, you know, Jackson is just pointing out that there are, you know, like he had a specific memory of cutting off a big heavy jacket, and there was no big heavy jacket. So it's just, it's not saying, oh, you lied about, you know, this or this or this. It's just pointing out that memory is faulty. So he might not, you know, it's kind of like a reminder to the jury of how much weight to put on certain things.
Mr. Nutal, when it comes to you being asked about...
and he did a great job. Like he's focused on saving a life. He did exactly what he was supposed to do.
consistency of causality as far as different injuries that you observed on Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Rephrase that for me?
Sure. Poorly phrased on my part. So you have been asked on cross-examination about some things that the injuries you observed on Mr. O'Keefe could be consistent with as far as having been the cause of those injuries, correct?
Correct.
And how many sort of myriad of other causality, or how many myriad of other sort of things could have also been a cause of the injuries that you observed?
As stated, a lot. It's not typically just physical altercations. It could be, again, a golf ball could hit you in the head. That could cause similar injuries.
And just for clarity purposes, when you were asked about a particular time frame? Were you talking about the time frame of January 29th, or were you talking about the time frame of February 8th when you met with Trooper Crawford?
Sorry, sir, rephrase that for me.
Let me withdraw that and move on to something else. So just again, for clarity purposes, when you were asked about some statements that were attributed to you to Trooper Proctor during the interview, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so with regard to what you recall differently, is it the statement that the person, the female with the blood on her face, made to you, or the statement of the other female telling that person to be quiet?
So as stated, real quick, down and dirty, I asked, do you know this person? To which I hit him, and then in the background, I remember hearing over and over, I hit him. That was kind of pushed towards the back, and patient care took priority, if that answers your question.
Do you recall specifically at this time the other statements that you were asked about as far as whether or not the other female told that female to be quiet?
I do remember that, correct.
Okay. And the other statement as far as the female with blood on her face, and again, that was the differentiating character between the two females that you observed there, correct?
Correct.
And your memory of that statement is, I hit him, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further.
All right, Mr. Nutal, you are all set, sir.
Thank you, everybody.
Do you have another witness, Mr. Lally, to start?
Yes, sir.
He's so polite.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will call Mr. Anthony Flamati to the stand.
I'm surprised you let him start one.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now and herein should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
How are you?
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Name is Anthony Flamati. Last name spelled Flematti.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm a acting lieutenant at this time for the Canton Fire Department.
And how long in total have you worked for the Canton Fire Department?
Got hired in 2015, July of 2015, so coming up on 10 years.
And prior to working with the Canton Fire Department, what, if any, other work did you have within sort of the same field?
So in the same field, I worked for the Athol Fire Department for a few years, hired in 2012, March 2012, until July of 2015. So just transferred departments.
And even prior to working with the Athol Fire Department, did you work as an EMT anywhere?
Yep. So I worked as an EMT for American Medical Response out of Springfield and Holyoke. Worked for Fallon Ambulance. Started basic level of EMT around 2008, and then just different private ambulance companies around the state.
And just starting with the EMT side of it for the first, what, if any, training did you receive or education did you receive prior to getting your certification as an EMT?
There's different levels of certifications for EMTs. The EMT basic starts out with about 6 months, a couple nights a week for about, like I said, about 6 months. Take a certification, practical, and written examination for that to get your basic level, and then you move on to the paramedic level of schooling as well.
Can you describe for the jury a little bit about sort of what that paramedic level of schooling is?
So the paramedic schooling starts, it's about 12 to 14 months, depends on the program, which school you go to. Night school 2 to 4 times a week for about 14 months, and then you start going into a clinical phase where you go into the different operating rooms, emergency rooms, OB/GYN, cardiac CCU, ICU. You do about 300 hours of education in that. Once you've completed a bunch of skill checkoffs under the supervision of an RN or a doctor, depending on the room, you would then
clear that section of your schooling and then move on to a ride time phase, which is about 200 to 300 hours, depending on skills, what you need. That would be either in a fire department or a private EMS under the preceptorship of a senior paramedic that would kind of walk you through how to do the job and shadow you and supervise that you're doing things appropriately. You do that for about 200 or 300 hours. You write up different documentation, basically learning how to do it out of the clinical set and then more of in the field set. After that, you would, whatever job you have at that point, you would do an additional practical assessment, again, about 6 or 7 different stages of evaluation for physical skills. Then you would do a written test, again with the state. At that time it was the state, Massachusetts, to certify you as a paramedic. Then after that they have another 2 to 6 month preceptorship within the department to acclimate you to the physical location that you're working in.
And so there's a written portion and a practical portion to both the EMT as well as the paramedic training?
Yes, that's correct.
And you successfully completed that and received certifications in regard to both?
Yes.
And those certifications, are they something that is just sort of a one-time blessing, or is that something that has a continuing educational component and a recertification?
That's correct. So every 2 years we have to do a 48-hour refresher. So it's continuing education classes as far as national core curriculum classes that the national standard holds us to. So it covers different topics that they mandate that we cover every 2 years.
And your certification is up to date at this point, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned that you're currently a lieutenant within the Canton Fire Department, is that correct?
Yes.
And how long have you been, have you had the rank of lieutenant?
I'm a temporary acting lieutenant, so I've been that since, I believe it was February, up till this time.
And within the town of Canton, how many fire station or firehouses do you have within Canton?
So we have 2 different stations, headquarters and Station 2, that we operate of.
And do you work specifically in one, or does it sort of rotate between them?
Depends on the rank. So as a firefighter, we rotate through the different positions, or different stations. As the lieutenant, I'm the lieutenant right now at Station 1, so headquarters.
And where is Station 1 located?
99 Revere Street.
And with respect to each of the 2 station houses, how many sort of different vehicles and apparatus are located in each?
So we have, depends on what's obviously in service for mechanical issues and stuff, but we have a primary engine, a backup engine. We try to have at each station. We have 1 tanker truck, 2 ladder trucks. We have 2 primary ambulances and then a backup ambulance as well. So we try to have at least 1 engine, 1 ambulance, 1 ladder at each station, and then we'll have the backup pieces for that. And I believe our tanker truck right now, or our water truck, is out of Station 2.
And Station 2, where is that located?
7 Sassamon Street.
Now, as far as the sort of shift, how many people are assigned to, when you're assigned to, let me ask you this first. When you have a shift, what hours is that shift sort of concern?
So for shifting or shift work, it's 8 a.m. to 8 a.m. the next day. So we work 24-hour shifts. We'd have a 24 period off from work, another 24, and then we're off for 5 days.
And when you're assigned to a certain shift for that 24-hour period, are you assigned to sort of a specific duty or a truck, or how does that work?
We're usually just assigned to a specific position for either the 10-hour or the 14, depending on rotations, overtime, that kind of stuff. But we're usually assigned to an individual piece or individual position for that shift, at least, whether it's a day shift or the whole 24.
And so starting with just the ambulance, if you're assigned to the ambulance, how many people and what are the different roles in the ambulance?
So the ambulance, we would have 2 people assigned to the ambulance. We rotate either through seniority or through care level, whether paramedic, EMT. If you're both paramedics, then it would go by seniority and swap back and forth for call volume and teching, who's in charge of the call. And then we would also cross-man with the ladder as well. So depending on the call that comes in for service, we would either, on a fire call, we could take the ladder, medical call, we could take the ambulance.
And with respect to the engine, how is that sort of divvied up, or what are the different roles on an engine?
So with the engine, if we have a full staff of 13 members, we would have 4 people on the engine. If there's a couple people off vacation, that type of thing, we could do, it's the driver, the step, and then the lieutenant in charge of the engine.
Now, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, into the evening of January 28th into the morning of January 29th, were you working on that occasion?
Yes.
Okay, you were working 8 a.m. on the 28th until 8 a.m. on the 29th, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And which firehouse were you working out of on that occasion?
I believe it was Station 1 at the time.
And what was your assignment in relation to that shift, whether it was ambulance, truck, or engine, whatever?
That would have been Ambulance 1 at that time.
And who, if anyone else, was assigned to Ambulance 1 along with you at that time?
At that time, I was working with Matthew Leahy, Matthew Kelly. We have a lot of similar names.
And what, if any, disparity was there between sort of the experience that you had versus the experience that Mr. Kelly had at that time?
So Mr. Kelly had just started with the department at the BLS level at the EMTB, probably 2 or 3 months prior. I had just finished up his preceptorship, getting him onboarded as a new hire EMT, so very minimal experience at that time.
So fair to say any sort of medical calls, you would have been sort of what they call the lead paramedic, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, with reference to that particular time frame, the 28th, 29th, what, if anything, were you aware of as far as sort of weather, forecast, that kind of thing?
Yeah, so leading into that shift, I knew there was a storm coming, and I had always lived a good distance away from work, so I would try and tie overtime shifts in so I wouldn't have to commute more than once back and forth, but with the storm coming, wanted to not have to drive into the weather, so I picked up overtime the night before that shift.
And about what time did you arrive the night before?
The night before I arrived at 6 p.m. 6 p.m. is the start of the shift.
And so you were essentially on shift for a relatively significant period of time leading into the morning of the 29th, correct?
That's correct.
And you mentioned that there was a storm that was forecasted. What, if anything else, do you recall about sort of what type of storm or what was predicted?
Predicted it was going to be a pretty significant storm, heavy winds, heavy snow. Not something I wanted to drive in the morning, so if the opportunity arose, I took the overtime for that night.
What did it turn out to be as far as?
Exactly as predicted. We hadn't gotten much snow up until about midnight or so, and then snow developed since pretty much then on.
And in a moment, I'm going to ask you about a call around 6 a.m., but just if I could take it back a little bit before that, over sort of the overnight shift, did you have any dispatches or calls that you responded to, say, after midnight but prior to 6 a.m.?
I don't believe so. I don't recall how many calls were prior to that. That one was kind of the key of the night.
So you mentioned sort of, what, if any, memory do you have as far as like sort of when it started to snow?
Thank you, Rona.
It would have been after 10 p.m. for sure, but I'm not sure exactly.
Now, turning your attention to a little bit after 6 a.m., you get a dispatch for a medical call, correct?
Correct.
And just prior to that, what about time did you sort of get up, rise, and sort of, start doing things around the station that day?
So shift change usually happens around 8 a.m. in the morning. It takes a while to get everything ready for normal business hours. We try and get the station prepped for public that come into the building or just people passing, going around. We try to prepare the sidewalks, the apron. So we get up around 5:30, if depending on call volume throughout the night. Sometimes we're up throughout the whole night. But we got up that morning around 5 to shovel, snow blow, salt the public walkways, that type of thing.
And specifically when it comes to the apron, that's sort of the area in front of the garage doors, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And so why is it so important to sort of clear off the apron as far as snow is concerned?
Yeah, so as far as in front of the apparatus doors, it's a very limited height clearance between the top of the fire apparatus and the actual garage bay doors. So a few inches of snow would be enough to cause us to bump into the ceiling of the apparatus garage doors. So we have to keep that relatively almost bare to be able to pull the apparatus out without causing any damage.
And about what time was it that you and the other firefighters at your station started to sort of clear off, whether it be the parking lot, the apron, or anything else as far as snow?
I'd say about 5:15, 5:30.
And at the time that you get this call, shortly after 6 a.m., about how much snow was on the ground at that point, if you know?
I'd say probably 4 to 6 inches.
And this dispatch that comes in shortly after 6 a.m., what was the dispatch in regard to it, and where were you dispatched to?
So we didn't have much information going out the door, just that there was a man on the side of the road. And we knew, due to the weather, there could be a significant call. So,
before I leave and depart on that just for 1 second, when it comes to when you're outside sort of shoveling off the apron and clearing some of the parking lot, in addition to the snow, what, if anything else, did you note as far as sort of the weather conditions, visibility, things like that?
so visibility was extremely poor. High winds, probably 20, 30 mile an hour winds. Temperature probably in the 20s with still actively snowing at that time.
And the winds, to the best of your recollection, was this something that was just sort of a gust, or was it sort of persistent?
Sustained winds and then probably gusts as well.
And so you received this dispatch, and you, I'm presuming, get in the ambulance and go, correct?
Correct.
And who, if anyone, is in the ambulance with you when you respond?
So responding in, I had myself, Matthew Kelly, and firefighter Nutal had come in early as well to try and beat storm and get in on time, because he was scheduled to come in at 8 a.m. that morning anyways. But with the heavy snow, wanted to make sure he could get in and be able to relieve the people coming off.
And within the ambulance, where was everybody sort of situated on route to the call?
I believe Matthew Kelly was driving, I was in the passenger seat, and Nutal was in the back of the truck.
And as far as during the course of your going from Station 1 to the scene on Fairview Road, what, if anything, did you note as far as sort of the road conditions, visibility as you were driving?
So that neighborhood is actually relatively close to the station, so you normally get there in a couple minutes, but it was slow driving over there. So I remember going pretty slow to get over to the scene.
And as far as this particular time of day, what was sort of the lighting like at that point? Had the sun come up or anything like that?
Sun had not come up yet. It was still dark, heavy winds, heavy snow, so visibility was almost zero.
And as far as what, if any, other sort of apparatuses from your station were dispatched to this call as well at the same time?
So the other call would have been, or the other vehicle would have been engine 3, and just engine 3. Car 5 will sometimes go. That's the shift commander for the department, depending on the nature of the call, how it comes in, and the ambulance. So it would have been the 3 apparatus.
And do you recall who, if anyone, was in either Car 5 or the engine?
So Car 5 would have been, at the time, Captain Wendell Robery. And the engine, it would have been Frank Walsh, Katie McLaughlin, and the lieutenant for the engine was Greg Woodbury.
And you mentioned it took a little bit longer than without the weather to get to Fairview Road. Is that correct?
That's correct.
If you have any idea approximately how much time elapsed between the time that you received the call and the time that you arrived on scene?
I'd have to refer to the EMS report. That is going to be more accurate, but I believe it was 5 or 6 minutes.
And to that point, with any call, there's an EMS report that's prepared by, who is it prepared by?
So it's usually the person who texts the call or is in charge of the call. This was an ALS level call, so it would have been myself.
So you wrote as far as the report in relation to the EMS arrival, and within that is contained sort of different times that things happen along the way, correct?
Correct.
And the times that are noted within that report, is that something that's noted as it's happening, or is that something that you go back and figure out at a later time?
So as we're going through the call and radio messages are sent, that's all documented on a third party that documents timestamps, things like that. As far as on scene, transport, clear from the hospital, that type of thing. It's all third party documented.
May I approach the witness, John?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 160. specifically turning to the 7th page and asking you to direct your attention to the far right column. You see that portion of the report, sir?
Yes.
Okay. First and foremost, what I placed before you as Exhibit 160, that's your report, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And on that right column of the 7th page in view, what, if anything, do you see with regard to times?
So we have our dispatch time 6:06, en route time 6:07, on scene 6:14, at patient 6:15, and we have transported from that scene at 6:27 and arrived at destination at the hospital 6:45.
And that destination hospital would have been Good Samaritan Medical Center, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, if you could, going back to sort of your dispatch from Station House to Fairview Road, can you describe sort of the path as far as what direction, what route you took to go from one to the other?
Yep, so from Revere Street, we've come out, taken a right onto Revere Street, gone to the end of that road, taken a left on Sherman, driven all the way up to Chapman Street, taken a right on Chapman Street, gone up to Fairview Street, and then taken a left on that. And that would have brought us down to the address.
And as you're coming down Fairview, are you familiar with that area?
Yes.
Okay. And so as you're coming down Fairview, is there any kind of grade or elevation to the roadway as you're coming down?
Yep, so that is a downhill towards about halfway down the road, so a pretty good grade that's coming downwards.
And the address that you responded to with 34 Fairview Road, when you're coming from the direction that you were coming off of Chapman, is that a residence that's on your left or right or something else?
That would have been on the left.
And when you arrive on scene, what, if any, other sort of vehicles or apparatuses do you observe beyond sort of what you've already described as a...
So we had the fire apparatus. There's another vehicle, bystander vehicle, that was on scene as well. I don't recall if police were on scene at that time, but...
And when you first sort of pull up to the scene, what, if anything, is it that you observe even prior to getting out of the truck or the ambulance?
So as we're pulling up to the scene, we see two female parties, non-uniformed personnel, that were going back and forth between the body and side of the street and back and forth. Appeared to be a female party that was pushing on his chest and then going back and forth between the other female party and the patient.
And again, so when you first sort of pull up, you're able to see the body on the ground, is that correct?
It was, yes, you could see a body, but it was very hard to see that distance away.
And do you recall any sort of like overhead or ambient lighting, street lighting or anything like that illuminating in that area?
I don't recall.
Now, this individual, as far as the person on the ground, at some point you were able to subsequently identify who that was, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, who did you identify him?
So identification won't normally happen right at that bedside. That's not really relevant to initial treatment. We found out who it was when we got into the ambulance and were able to do a more thorough search once interventions had started.
So when you first arrive on scene, fair to say you're primarily or only sort of concerned with patient care, correct?
Yeah, correct.
With one sort of tunnel vision to the patient, correct? Yeah. So you arrive on scene and you get out of the ambulance and where is it that you go?
So we then go grab all the equipment that we're going to need to work on the patient, and then we bring that equipment over to the patient side to be able to start treatment.
All right. Mr. Filati, I'm going to stop you there. I want to stop you, Mr. Lally. Jurors, that's it for today. We are not in session tomorrow. Remind you, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it. Let us know. We'll see you on Thursday morning, and Thursday will be a half day. Thank you very much.
All rise for the court, please. Follow me.
Oh. Wally's just so boring. He could just be so... Look at this dog. Look at her. She is useless. Useless, I tell you. This is why it's going to take 8 weeks. All right, so okay, one thing about her, she gonna be on time. Well, maybe not getting started, but for lunch breaks and getting out at the end of the day. She's ready to go. What stood out to y'all the most today? Day two in the books. We done with it. Yeah, I would think that they would have done a little bit extra since they started late, but what do I know? Lots of errors and changing stories. Yes. True that. Happy hour must end at 1:01. Yeah, Tuesdays and Thursdays are half days. And tomorrow there's not court for some reason. So tomorrow there will be no stream. I'm going to use that time to get the next podcast episode finished. There will normally be Wednesdays, but just not tomorrow. Standout for you is for Novelio 22, the figure going into the house after police arrive. Jen McCabe. Yeah, Jackson said it was Jen McCabe. That was interesting because it's the first we've heard of that. It's the first that there's been any kind of mention of anybody going to the house. And I feel like because one of the things that has been such a weird thing is that nobody came outside. And I said this in the podcast episode from the very beginning. Brian Albert, of course, was a Boston police officer. He is a trained first responder. So, and it's his yard. So it was always weird to me that nobody came outside with all that commotion. And I've always said that I thought that was so weird. I'm not saying that he has anything to do with anything. I'm just saying that that's weird to me. It's weird to me. I'm allowed to think it's weird. And you know what? When I watched 3 other attorneys who didn't, who are going into this without knowing much about it, on much bigger channels, I watched them last night and they all thought it was weird too. So people be trying to make me think I'm crazy. But the whole thing was, okay, well, they didn't know anything about it. They, slept through all the commotion or whatever. But just knowing that somebody who he says is Jen McCabe, I can't tell, went up to the house, it makes it a little bit even weirder because it's like, okay, well, that didn't wake you up either. Like, I don't know. I just think it's weird. There is not a fountain behind me. All of a sudden today, my grass is glittery and I have it's not in real life. It's just grass in real life. So weird, right? Hold on, let me see if it does it when I'm up close. Let's test this out. Let's test this out. Okay. I almost fell out of my chair. All right, it's just grass. Whoa. I don't even know. I don't. I don't know. Green screen, but I don't have green screen on. I'm on StreamYard. Did we just do acid? Unless somehow all of a sudden green screen is on StreamYard. But if it is, I don't know how it is because I didn't even think StreamYard had green screen. I don't know. Oh, I'm going to wear a green shirt next time. Marine Malls with our official stats. 5 witnesses, 2 sidebars, 15 objections. He said, what if anything, 11 times. And that's really funny. Oh, Lucy's dipping out. What if anything, 11 times. Inconsistencies 11. I don't recall 7 and 5 size. That's funny. Hold on, I'm going to screenshot this. Did I do it? Oh, there it goes. End of the day stats. That's really funny. End of the day stats. I'm about to post it because that's so funny. End of the day stats. So funny, so funny. Y'all are so funny. Let's see. Quick question. Why do you keep repeating when they say what, if any? Because he says it so much. So much. Shadow of a person was creepy, yeah. Interesting about the EMT, remembers taking off a big puffy jacket from John O'Keefe, Jen McCabe going into the house. Yeah. And we've seen that in trials before. Like, you know, you'll have witnesses that you totally, you know, believe are credible. But this has been a couple years since this happened. So, you know, and especially with them talking about it so much, you know, faulty memory. Giving the address of the neighbor's house was odd to me. Yeah, that was odd. Sim at 333, member for 5 whole months. 5 whole months. Happy anniversary. I love the grace you give and the fire you share. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. This trial is going to last forever. Could they have been passed out drunk? Cops tend to drink a lot. I mean, it's possible. But I just feel like with all that going on and somebody, because the thing is, I was like, okay, I think it's weird, but okay, whatever. You know, nobody went up to the house, you know, whatever. But then seeing that somebody went up there, now it's even more like, okay, well, if you didn't hear things out in your yard, you also didn't hear anybody like knocking or anything. I don't know. It'll be interesting to see what all is said about that. Yeah, I'm behind on chat. It's picking up like a green screen. So weird, because I don't have, unless somehow something is, I don't know, whatever. Well, look, this one's doing it too. Something wrong with that grass. It didn't do it yesterday, did it? And I haven't changed any settings on there. Who knows? Who knows? Best channel ever. Ever. Do we have a sigh emoji? No. We probably need one. I haven't updated the emojis in a while. Maybe if I get finished with the podcast tomorrow in time, I'll try to do that. Aren't they supposed to go back and review their notes and reports prior to testifying to refresh the brain? Yeah, I mean, normally they'll meet with the prosecutor and do that. But also, it's like, you know, if you've been talking about this in the firehouse for 2 years, then one meeting with the prosecutor, you know, to look at your notes might not be enough to remove those faulty memories. But also keep in mind, like, he was busy trying to save somebody's life. You know, this is not one of those moments where he's paying attention to every little detail. So I definitely don't, you know, fault him on anything. I just think that it was part of the defense's job to point out that memories can be faulty, and he gave examples of his memory being faulty. And Jim McCabe not telling anyone that her sister and police hubby lived there. Wendy says, I disagree with you. He was casting aspersions and suggesting that he was swayed, in my opinion. Oh. Didn't they say that someone was outside in the background at a house? Outside in the background. You mean in that video where we saw them going up? Is 80s in here? Where's 80s? I got an email. '80s Music Man sent me my very own rap song. Y'all ready to hear it? This is my rap song. Let's hear.
The name is Brandi Church, well I'm the queen of charts, not queen of heart. If you come at me, it better be with that hater, cause all I do is facts. Got Lucy by my side, we love long walks on the beach. I live here, now so do you. We are the 13 Juratrolls come to town. My mind's kicking them out of town like practicing for field goals. I've been through a lot, they don't know me, I spit facts like this song. From Lori to Crazy to Murders to Mad, we are a family, they just don't know if you're going. Step to me better, bringing me the facts. Cows, I'll be bringing my chart. Shout out to my mods, members, you ready? Let's go. Bring the jury court is now in session.
Oh, yay! I have my very own rap song. And it's like all my favorite things. Guess who just got a new ringtone? Thank you, 80s. If you see this on replay, I love our replay crew. I love our replay crew. I have heard RAs. I heard it the other day. I was in chat in the morning before I started. That's awesome. I love my new rap song. How do I download it? I'll figure that out after. That's kind of cool. Look at 80s Music Man. Getting me my very own rap song. I love it. I love it. Missy Russell member for 5 whole months. You've been stuck for 5 months. Thank you for reminding me to keep an open mind. I'm in jury selection starting tomorrow. Y'all will be in my brain. Oh, jury selection. Tell them you're already in a jury for the next 8 weeks and you're busy. But thanks for the offer. Just joking. I guess you'll be in our replay crew too. I know, I love it. I love it. My new theme music. Heather says, I'm a little bit behind, but let me do a Bev. Sorry. The judge has to sigh during cross. It's clear that she is not a fan of the defense. Also, how in the world are they going to explain no taillight pieces after the leaf blower? That's something that I am really ready for them to make that make sense as well. The taillight pieces after the leaf blower. Because my thing has always been, if they were able to find the clear pieces of cocktail glass, how are they gonna miss some big old taillight pieces? Thanks, 80s. Thank you. Oh, I have it set to where you don't hear background noises, so you can hear when you breathe like that. Oh. You know, one other thing. Well, let me get my handy dandy notes. There was something else that I made a note of to make sure I put it in the podcast. The thing about trying to, when Jackson asked him if he was trying to hide Brian Albert's address, that stood out to me only because we know that Brian Albert's phone number was removed from the police report. The second witness, or no, it was still Seraph, wasn't it? Seraph saying that he testified to the grand jury that it was an oversight that he told Jackson that testifying to the grand jury about how Karen was saying, this is her fault, I can't believe this happened. He said that to the grand jury, but it wasn't in any of his reports, and he said that was an oversight. It's just another one of those things that's like, oh man, y'all get it together with these reports. Changing, like, it just changes as it goes. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's so messy. So messy. All right, so looking through my notes. Is there anything else that's... The clothing description didn't match. I made a note of that, but yeah. We'll see. We'll see what all comes out. It is only day 2, and we have 84 years to go. I am going to be working on the podcast for most of today and tomorrow, since there's no court. We will be back in session for another half day, like today, on Thursday. And on Friday, Attorney Melanie Little and I are doing a joint stream. So she and I will be co-hosting, kind of break it up a little bit. So it will be, you'll still come here and whatnot, but she'll be here with me as well. It's going to be streaming to her channel as well too. So we're going to do that occasionally, just kind of break it up, because an 7 to 8 week trial, sitting here staring at my computer and talking to y'all all by my lonesome. Sure, it'll be nice to break it up and get other opinions as well. Thank you, Jennifer McGuire. I look forward to the next podcast episode. It's going to be a doozy. It's going to be a doozy. I am going to take everything that we've heard so far, and I'm putting it all into my timeline to compare it to what we already know. All those times and all that. Murdaugh was 6 weeks, I think. $84 years. 84 years. All right, y'all. If you just miss everybody too much and cannot wait till Thursday, we do have a Facebook group that you can join and stalk all of us and hang out with us. Boo. Where do we go now? Let's see. I'm excited about this next podcast episode. So excited. It's going to be a doozy. And we are at 20,068 subscribers. Incredible. Incredible. Fun times. Which is kind of cool. I got told yesterday that I should be more like RA so that I can get subscribers. But I am not RA. I am Brandi. Let's see. RA is like, oh, who just sent me this? Oh. Oh. There's a police chase. There's no audio. He's hauling. Hauling tail. God, this is like day 2 of trial and day 2 of something crazy happening at the end of trial. $111. Oh, they're going fast.
As a suspect, if you see swerving in and out of traffic here on the 405 freeway, well over 100 miles an hour, an extremely dangerous situation when a suspect is willing to swerve in and out of traffic at these types of speed. If you've not seen, look at that. Oh, boy, close call there, getting back into the carpool lane. And when the suspect is not seen by other motorists, you can see extremely bad accidents in a situation like this. It's such a high rate of speed. Even the unmarked vehicle is having a hard time finding them. It's low up here. It looks like the suspect is getting off of the 405 freeway. This may be Western or Normandy. I think it might be Normandy. And it looks like it's going to make a north or southbound turn here. Suspect now, I believe, is going to be traveling southbound on Normandy. And we'll have an idea here in a moment whether or not the patrol car The
And
unmarked
short time
vehicle
to
was
get there.
able to catch
Eastbound
up with the
and watch old
suspect. We're
bandit
off the
run.
freeway onto surface streets. Normandy is a pretty wide street. You can see some pretty good speeds on Normandy here. 190th coming up on 190th at the moment, and waiting for other units to respond. Looks like there he's getting out of the vehicle. It's a foot bail. And in situations like this, the helicopter overhead, the vehicle is still moving.
Look,
Suspect's trying
he's
to
like,
walk slowly, trying to make it look like he's not the suspect, maybe just a pedestrian.
Mosey on into
As the
Sky
vehicle
Zone.
comes to a stop there and hits that pole possibly. The suspect, I believe, is behind the tree, walking slowly. There's an air unit overhead. They'll have units here in a moment to try and take the suspect into custody. That's a Sky Zone. It's unclear whether he may have gone into that building or not. Wasn't able to really tell, but they do have a helicopter overhead, and the patrol unit with the unmarked unit was behind the suspect, has not pulled up yet, traveling at such a high rate of speed. It was really hard for an unmarked vehicle to travel at those rates of speed because people didn't see that vehicle either, the unmarked gang unit. Not sure if that's the suspect. I don't believe so. I believe the suspect had a darker shirt on. And any moment now, I think we're going to see more units pour into this area and try and get the suspect into custody. More than likely, the sheriff's unit has him in sight.
Scott, this is Philip Palmer joining you. The woman in the person in the orange was a witness. You could see them get on the phone because the suspect was dressed all. Nope. You know what? Did he put a jacket on? Because initially he was all black and walking away, but it did. I thought he had gone in behind these other that other house right under that Jacoby Myers sign there. That did not look like the suspect unless they had an orange jacket with them.
Go off to the right a little bit, right in there. There's somebody just walking nonchalantly back towards the curb. You know, when the suspect decided to walk out, Philip, and not make a run for it, obviously just trying to serve as somewhat of a decoy and walk towards that Sky Zone, may have even went inside. It's unclear, and they just didn't have patrol cars right behind him. That's the unmarked unit right there. And you can imagine how hard it is for this unit to travel on the freeway well over 100 miles an hour and try and keep the suspect in that vehicle in sight, because people don't see that vehicle coming either like they would a patrol car. For the moment, we've lost him. Now, LA County Sheriff has a helicopter overhead. More than likely, they followed the suspect, and they probably have a good idea where that suspect is, either inside the structure or went towards the gas station. But you do see now, Philip, a lot more units are pouring in.
Well, and when I just was watching your signal, it did look like the person in the orange was there, but they have the same type of build as the other person, and that person was on the phone. So it made me think that, that's much more similar. There's
person. The other. That truck is an unmarked vehicle.
They're not going to let people just leave the area at this point.
Gang unit from the sheriff's department.
Yeah, they're not going to let people just start driving out of this area at that point, right?
No, and if you're right about one of those, go back in if you would for a second, Marcel. If you're right about one of those individuals, the woman in the orange top, or the other man there being the suspect, they're going to keep them until they identify whether or not they could be.
Remember that one we watched where
suspicion that they were following this individual, and they know who the individual is.
The lady that stole the car was just like, I'm just going to mosey on through McDonald's.
Vehicles pursuing them. So more than likely, they really know who this is, and
their
they'll
dog
be able
had
to
to poop,
identify
so she
that
got
it's
caught.
not one of those two. So they're pulling away, and that does not appear to be the case. So the suspect may have gone inside the Sky Zone there. You know, Sky Zone, I believe, is one of those jumpies, have a bunch of trampolines. Whether they're open right now or not, it's unclear, but you can see more units are pouring in.
Yeah, and it was somewhat deliberate in the way that the suspect pulled over at this location, and then that's when he decided to get out. And as you mentioned, Scott, I don't know if we have
Come on, get it together.
Able to re-rack, but he just, even though he unceremoniously kind of dumped himself out onto the street, he very casually got up and walked away as if this was his intent, was to go to this space.
That's very possible, or he just did not want to draw attention to himself. He got out of the vehicle and said, you know, if you make a run for it, you know, bystanders are going to see you and they're going to say, hey, what's going on? The guy's running, and then see the patrol car, and they may say, hey, he went that way. It's unclear exactly what his intention was, if he knows this area, he went into the sky zone, or if the suspect was just thinking, I'm going to take a walk through this area. Since he could see behind him, he could tell that there were no units behind him. He was traveling at such a high rate of speed, the other unmarked vehicles from the Sheriff's Department really couldn't keep up with him safely. Whether or not, I'm not sure what kind of business this is, the gas station on the bottom of the screen.
He jumped out of that car and has done hurt his leg, and he's in there on a trampoline. Hop around on one foot on that trampoline. Just gonna mosey on through here. I hope he had socks on. You're not allowed to jump on them without socks.
Tough. If he did get into that building, that's a large area to have to sweep. Scott, that vehicle, that SUV that's right there in the parking lot of Sky Zone, it's almost parked at an angle. It seemed as if somebody was trying to leave that parking lot when they pulled that one right there. Oh, no, they're in a parking spot. But there was a black SUV that was trying to drive out, and I couldn't tell if they actually got out or if they just completely blocked that space in. You haven't seen anybody depart that area yet, have you?
We have not seen a vehicle depart here. JJ was asking me a question. It's 190th and Normandy. That's the intersection here. Excuse me, of Western. 190th and Western. That's the intersection. We didn't see a vehicle pop out. We followed the vehicle for a moment when the suspect went behind a tree, the vehicle the suspect was driving, and he walked away from because it rolled for a bit.
The grippy socks, that's how you get air.
That the suspect is
that's how you get
the
the
sky
real.
zone. It's a pretty big structure. Open up a little bit if you would, Marcel. You can see off to the left they've shut down even a little bit more. You've got patrol units now searching the grass alongside of the 405 freeway there. Then there's a portion of 190th they've shut down. And
I'm getting about tired of them buffering. And it's their feed because when it comes back, I'm still live.
Suspect was under surveillance. When you see that many unmarked gang unit patrol cars, or gang unit vehicles, I should say, more than likely they've been surveilling this individual. And then during a robbery, he was a robbery suspect according to the initial information.
Robbery suspect.
He took off and fled, and it was the gang units that were right behind him.
Well, it did. Again, this was from what I could see in your shot at the very beginning when he walked out. I feel like I saw a person in the orange jacket on the phone almost immediately. As
come on.
If that was the case, they might have a good indication as to where he ran. And if you combine it with
buffering is how they
and
lost him
whatever
in the
that
first
person
place.
said, that might have also given them some identification, because there were people in that area that very possibly could have talked to deputy. I just couldn't tell if the person in the orange was with him or already in that parking lot when they first pulled up.
Yeah, they've already talked to the woman, I think, in the orange, and they didn't seem to be interested in her. Like I said, I have a feeling that they know who the suspect is. But if you open up a little bit wider, what I see right now is they don't know where the suspect is.
Yeah.
If they thought he was inside the sky zone, if the helicopter would have saw him go inside the sky zone, they would be just surrounding the sky zone. But right now, they are searching the bushes. They're talking to witnesses who may have seen him. There's a parking lot they're looking at. They're looking at, a row of trees. They're shutting down Western and a portion of 190th. So it leads me to believe, at least for right now, they don't know where the suspect is.
True. And my concern first when he got in there was that for some reason he might be carjacking someone and try to get another vehicle and take off. It does look like there's a van parked in the parking lot, but not in any spaces there to the left, almost as if they're
Phillip,
just in position trying to block things off.
Marcel was able to re-rack this. We're going to play it for you here real quick. This is the end, I believe, where he gets out of the vehicle. So here's on 190th, and right here he's going to slow down, and then he's going to just slowly walk away from the vehicle and let the vehicle roll. Now, we followed these in a black shirt. He had a black top, black hat, blue jeans, and we lost him for just a second. There he is now, just walking slowly.
And there's a person in the orange right there behind.
Oh, yeah, so I don't think they're involved. It doesn't appear that's the case.
Here's the orange.
Now we lost them. So we're looking at the vehicle, and they're...
Because you're facing the wrong way.
Re-rack that tape if we can. There you go. I think they're bringing people out of the sky zone. So there's our video. We really didn't see him past that point.
No, but see the orange person
in the
still
orange.
walking. That's why I'm saying there was somebody that saw where he went. I'm not saying that person was involved, but that person was on the sidewalk, walks around, and you could still see them in your video. So it's not as if there's no eyes on the ground. There was somebody that saw where he went, and that person was on the phone, and now you look like it's got some guys more actively.
Well, they might be just
clearing the zone.
On the sky zone, and that's exactly what they're doing right now. They're clearing the sky zone. You may be absolutely right. It's impossible to know, but when they took the when they talked to the woman in the orange sweatshirt, if she had said, "Hey, the suspect's in the sky zone," they would have poured into the sky zone. She may have said that, and then they said, "Hey, let's just surround everything and look in the bushes as well."
Well, but Scott, oddly enough, it seems this person right here is wearing orange as well. So orange might be people who work there, because the person on the phone that we saw walking up was a man. So, and then the second person was a female in orange. So there are a lot of people around here in orange. I'm just saying that it did look as if somebody had eyes on him and at least could give some sort
Give me the
of
dang
progress
camera.
to the authorities as to where he might have gone. They're not, I'm like you, they don't know for sure, it doesn't seem. But there were at least enough people around there that they're going to have information.
Yeah, they're going to clear the sky zone. If the suspect's in there, they're going to get him. There's no question about that. Like I said, we're pretty.
All those people are about to come
sure
outside in their
who they're
grippy socks. It's going to ruin them all.
It was an undercover type operation with a gang unit from the LA County Sheriff's Department. That's the vehicle on the right there. Open up a little
Once you
bit.
get dirt on them grippy socks, you're not allowed to wear them anymore.
Initially, that truck was right behind the Audi that was traveling up above 100 miles an hour. But eventually, the suspect just drove so quickly that the sheriff's deputy driving that undercover vehicle was unable to stay behind him safely, and then they got the helicopter overhead. But it certainly looks like they believe the suspect is inside the sky zone. They've got to evacuate everyone. They're probably talking to everyone who comes out. Did you see a guy matching this description? Did you see somebody?
This guy has done cost everybody in Sky Zone $2.99 to replace their socks.
It's unclear exactly how quickly they could do that, but they're going to clear the sky zone.
Dirty grippy
They're
socks.
focusing a lot of their attention on the sky zone, so you very well be right.
Okay, kids, time to go home.
Maybe that woman works here or that man works here, and they said, hey, the individual went inside. It looks like that's where they're
some of them parents are tired too, and they're like 5 more minutes, and they're like, look, we got to go. It ain't my fault.
It's a much better development for the person to be walking and running around, because while you were covering it, Scott,
look,
that
we got a runner. Why they run?
Motoring. They were using that vehicle for all of the performance skills that it has, and there were times when you at 100 miles an hour took an off ramp over a couple of lanes and nearly clipping people. I didn't see any accidents though,
got in your hand.
so that was good news. But that vehicle
shield.
was motoring at such a speed.
We're getting serious now. Hold on.
Yeah, no doubt about that.
Where's my old lady spectacles?
A couple of close calls. There's no question in through one intersection. It seems like just missed by inches, if you will. But you can see the sheriff's deputies are now
I forget how much I can't see until I put my glasses on.
Suited up, and now they're really going inside, and they're slowly going to make sure they clear the sky zone.
Look, parents are going to be using this as an excuse to not take their kids here for at least the next 3 years. They're going to be like, no, babe, we can't go there.
At this point in time.
Fugitives run in there.
Difficult for the unmarked vehicles, that big truck.
Can't do that. Maybe next time.
Good size, full size pickup truck. Was difficult for them to keep up with that Audi, because that Audi was really cooking at probably 120 miles an hour or even more.
Like, I want to go Sky Zone.
On the freeway. We didn't have the Sky Tracker on, our speed tracker on, but boy, it's pulling away from us, and that's saying something.
It's fugitive zone now.
And Scott, we're going to stick with this for about 2 minutes now. We're going to follow this up until about 10:40 to see if we can find a way that they might be able to take him into custody in the Sky Zone. That's the vehicle right there. Not a lot of damage to it after it very slow rolled into that post. This is a robbery suspect, and Scott, you had mentioned that they were already probably surveilling him even before the chase began, and that kind of explains why this many officers were able to get on scene so quickly.
He's innocent until proven guilty. He might have just been late for work
when this chase started.
Yeah, I believe
Maybe he had
that's the
just
case,
potty.
Philip. You know, I mean, if you've got undercover
We don't
units
know.
following you, more than likely, and they're from the gang unit with the LA County Sheriff's Department, they want that guy. You know, it's not like somebody just failed to yield. It's somebody that they've been following, surveilling, and now they have a chance to take him into custody.
According to
So
Woo, 9
they're going to do
whole
everything in their
months.
power to make sure they get this guy. I want to come
Press
out
the
with a little bit of a
technology
wider
on
shot and
25.
see if they're looking in the bushes as well. Right now, it looks like most of the search, though, is in the sky zone.
So we are looking at some of the presence that's in and around the sky zone. And again, this chase had been on the...
Come on.
He's in the bushes. And so Scott, we're about 30 seconds away from wrapping this up. So do you have any final thoughts? We're going to, of course, cover this at 11 a.m. But do you have any final thoughts on this?
Well, nothing more than the fact that we're fortunate that no one was hit because the vehicle was traveling at such a high rate of speed coming out of the Compton area onto the 405, ending here at 190th and Western in the Sky Zone. We don't believe anybody's been hurt. Right now, they're inside the Sky Zone. They're trying to clear that. It's unclear whether the suspect is really inside, but they do have a search going on in the surrounding area. So, traffic-wise, 190th and Western have both been shut down in this area.
Okay, Scott, thanks much. We'll return you to the stream.
I thought he was about to say, we'll return you to the streets. I was like, oh, he would. All right. All right. That's cool. I dig it. All right, y'all. That is a wrap. I am about to take out this bad dog and then work on the podcast for a bit and get my life together. And I see a nap in my future. Hopefully. I say that every time. It never happens. But I have high hopes for today. I appreciate y'all watching with me. I'm happy about the 20K. I am about to... RA is still live, isn't he? Let me see if I can get to babysit y'all. Just joking. Babysit. Just hang out with. Bad boys. Oh, thanks, Donado. Donado. I can never say Donado. It's always got to be Donado. Bad boys. Bad boys. What you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? That kind of sounded like the heavy metal version, didn't it? Get it together, Brandi. Okay, I've got it set up to where we are going to portal over to RA. Keep your hands and feet and arms and toes and ponytail and whatever else you got going on in the portal so it don't get caught. I love y'all so much. I appreciate all of you. I should have the next podcast episode out hopefully tomorrow. If not, then maybe early Thursday morning, but I'm going to shoot for tomorrow. And then I will see y'all Thursday for trial day 3. You can say bye to the bad dog. She's so bad. All right, y'all. I appreciate all of you. I will see you over at RA. I'm going to say hi, and then I'm going to lurk while I work. Lurk while I work. Ooh, I need to put that in my rap song. Love y'all.
Yeah, I gotta go. I can't stick around here forever.
It was wonderful. Everybody behaved. Everybody's always so nice to me.
Just love your channel and
Goodbye, good people. Now, how the heck do I get out of here?